Shrub.
The committee will come to order. Without objection, the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, is authorized to participate in today's hearing and ask questions of the witnesses. So passed. Welcome to the first hearing of the Ways and Means Committee in the new Republican majority. Thank you to Allegheny Wood Products for hosting us. As you all may have noticed, the first full hearing of the Ways and Means Committee is not being held in the marbled halls of Congress. Instead, we are in Petersburg, West Virginia, for the first of many such field hearings. The Ways and Means Committee has a connection to the American public that dates back to the founding of our country. Every family, business, farmer, senior citizen, and frankly, foreign nation is impacted by our work. More importantly, our values are reflected in that work. But over the last few years, this committee's work and that of Congress has drifted from the needs of these good people. We must course correct. We must prioritize the voices in rooms like this one and not those of the Washington political class. We will hear today about the state of the American economy, and it is in danger. Historic inflation, high energy bills, declining real wages, labor shortages, spikes in interest rates, the supply chain crisis, China's unfair trade practices, and so much more. These are some of the challenges confronting working families that Republicans will work to solve. If we want to put our nation on sounder footing, we need to prioritize our most valuable resource, the American worker. And the first step is listening to Americans on the front lines of our economy, hearing their stories and their ideas for improving life for their families, their neighbors, and our country. The people of West Virginia are resilient, but life is undeniably harder than it was just 2 years ago. Communities like Petersburg have seen their voices drowned out by special interest in Washington, calling for more spending and more regulation that has fueled the fire of inflation. For many Americans, it feels like Washington has forgotten all about them. In West Virginia, the cost of living has increased 15.1% since President Biden took the oath of office, costing families a total of $7,000 and counting. For parents, it means choosing between new shoes for school or filling up your tank to get to work. For seniors, it means figuring out each month whether to pay for groceries or the heating bill. Gas prices have risen 42% in this state since Biden became president. Up and down the supply chain, farmers, businesses, and workers are being crushed. In West Virginia, there are 2 job openings for every unemployed person. Across this country, too many Americans have been incentivized by misguided Washington policies to sit on the sidelines of our economy and miss out on the dignity and the paycheck that came from a steady job. For small towns, it can mean treasured local establishments shutting their doors from lack of workers. Today we will hear from Tom Plogger, a 25-year employee of Allegheny Wood Products, our host today. Ashley Bachman, a mom of 3 and local restaurant owner. Wiley McDade, a veteran and co-owner of a local distillery. And Jamie Ward, West Virginia native and a 30-year veteran of the coal industry. The stories of our witnesses, Americans trying to make ends meet and provide for their families, tell the real state of the union. When President Biden gives that speech tomorrow, he'll claim the nation is finally turning a corner on inflation. The same inflation he spent a full year denying, and which his chief of staff called a high-class problem. The truth is that inflation has risen 13.9% across the country since Joe Biden took the oath of office. Skyrocketing costs are even worse in rural communities, where inflation is 130% higher than urban areas, and real wage growth is 25% lower. And after increasing government spending by $10 trillion with a T, he will ask the taxpayers through this committee to approve a clean increase of his ability to borrow more. President Biden will take credit for falling gas prices. Few things could be more insulting to the coal miners of West Virginia and energy producers across the country than to hear the president take credit for their hard work. In fact, this administration is shutting down fossil fuel production while throwing billions at green energy projects run by the Democrat donor class. Who knows if President Biden will bother to mention the supply chains? Small businesses waiting for parts and equipment on back order know that our supply chain issues haven't been solved. The struggle means lost revenue for businesses, smaller paychecks for workers, and higher prices for families. Instead of negotiating trade agreements to bring supply chains home and sell more American goods abroad, the Biden administration has been out to lunch. His speech will likely not mention the worker shortage, even though his party's war on work helped create the problem. The result has been help wanted signs everywhere, and the lowest labor force participation rate since Jimmy Carter. We need to connect more Americans to work. That's how you help lift families out of poverty. Where I come from in Missouri, people work hard and play by the rules. They buy Always Save mac and cheese, and they shop at Walmart to stay in their budgets. They get excited if a restaurant lets kids eat for free, because it means they can afford to spend a family night out. They deserve the same opportunities as the people who walk the halls of Congress. That's why we are here in Petersburg, to partner with the American people to find the solutions. It is their voice that matters most in writing the next chapter of American history, not K Street lobbyists. To that end, for those from the community in attendance here that are not testifying, and the employees of Allegheny, we want to hear from you too. We will be providing a notebook for you to share your thoughts with this committee, and which we will insert into the official record of the hearing. So throughout the hearing, those notebooks will be passed out, and I want more than just the 4 witnesses here to tell us about the issues you're concerned with in this country and your ideas for solutions, so that we can enter those into the official record and bring them back to Washington to help deliver results for each and every one of you. I want to thank our witnesses for taking time away from their families and work to be with us today and share their stories. I am pleased to recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Beyer, who will serve as acting ranking member today for his opening statement. Mr. Beyer.
Chairman Smith, thank you very much, and thank you for scheduling this hearing. Thank you for bringing us to West Virginia. I am so glad you've chosen Appalachia and West Virginia specifically to host this first Ways and Means Committee hearing of this Congress. This may be the only time I ever get to be the acting ranking member on Ways and Means, so thank you. And I may be one of the very few Democrats around, but I want you to know how much I care about your children, your health, your family finances, and especially your future. You know, communities throughout this region and my own state of Virginia have been the first to experience the direct effects of massive economic forces that have come to dominate policy discussions in Washington and in capitals around the world. The consequences of the energy transition and globalization have been felt first and often hardest in communities like this one. So I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to hear how local businesses have adjusted to these and the other trends affecting the U.S. economy. This is a particularly great time and place to host a hearing since businesses, workers, and families in West Virginia are beginning to take advantage of the numerous programs recently passed by Congress and signed by President Biden. Despite the expectations of many in Congress, last Congress was historically productive, at least from my perspective, and delivered a series of massive investments for Appalachia and West Virginia in infrastructure, clean manufacturing, energy security, as well as R&D that will make the region well positioned to compete in the 21st century. Companies in Appalachia are already capitalizing on the variety of tax credits and direct investments we made in those new bills. Multiple new large battery manufacturing plants have been announced in West Virginia in the last year, along with an electric school bus factory and a host of others throughout the region, bringing in thousands of high-quality manufacturing jobs. Furthermore, with federal funding provided by the Infrastructure and Jobs Act and the tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act, West Virginia is leading the way in diversifying and growing its energy portfolio. You are taking advantage of your high-skilled workforce and existing energy infrastructure to establish a clean hydrogen hub that will supply the energy needs for the region as we move towards a wider variety of cleaner fuels. And individual taxpayers stand to benefit directly as well. With the Inflation Reduction Act included a series of tax credits and rebates, which will provide much-needed relief to families dealing with inflation by dramatically lowering energy costs. Hundreds of thousands of low and middle-income households in the state will soon be able to replace older, less efficient appliances with electric heat pumps, clothes dryers, water heaters at steep discounts that will save them hundreds of dollars per year on their utility bills. And other provisions in the IRA will make it significantly cheaper for taxpayers to make repairs and improvements to their homes that increase energy efficiency and reduce the cost for installing solar panels and battery storage systems. There's one final item in the IRA I'd like to mention. I was extremely pleased to see a permanent extension of the black lung excise tax included in the bill, which supports the Black Lung Disability Fund. This trust fund provides health care and a small stipend for minors disabled with black lung if their employers have gone bankrupt and no single company can be identified as responsible for a minor's disease. And I know this was a tremendous relief to minors and their advocates who are now able to turn their full focus to other important issues facing the mining community. There's a great deal of work that still needs to be done. Abandoned coal mines remain a serious problem for local communities in West Virginia and Southwest Virginia as they create polluted watersheds, hazardous erosion and land subsidence, underground mine fires, and piles of coal waste. One measure that can help is the Bipartisan Reclaim Act, which Hal Rogers and I have worked on for a number of years, which would provide $1 billion in funding for Appalachian communities to restore polluted land and water resources, seal and fill abandoned deep mine entries and voids, and prevent erosion and sedimentation. This measure has advanced in previous years, and I hope to work with my friends and colleagues across the aisle to see it through this Congress. Again, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for welcoming me here. It's wonderful to be back in West Virginia, and I look forward to hearing the witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Beyer. We greatly appreciate you being here. I will now recognize our two colleagues of West Virginia welcoming us to their beautiful state, Ms. Miller and Mr. Mooney, for some brief remarks. Ms. Miller, you're free to go first.
Thank you so much, Chairman Smith. And I would also like to thank our hosts, Allegheny Wood Products, and I want to welcome all of my colleagues to my home state of West Virginia. I truly believe there is no better place to live, work, and raise a family. As Dorothy would say, there's no place like home. I am really excited for the opportunity today to be able to highlight some of the stories of hardworking West Virginians and the unnecessary struggles that they face because of an overreaching federal government. I'd like to especially thank our guest speakers, Mr. Plogger, Ms. Bachman, Mr. McDade, and Mr. Ward, for taking time out today to join us. Your voices are essential for the representatives who are here today to help fight for the policies that will empower our constituents. West Virginia faces so many challenges, and this is due to the constant attacks on our energy industry from unelected bureaucrats and uninformed lawmakers, which have caused untold damage to all of our communities in southern West Virginia in particular. The effects of bad policies have been devastating. Recently, high gas prices and soaring inflation have left the effect on our families as they're struggling to make their ends meet. An overzealous IRS has targeted working-class Americans. President Biden immediately broke his promise to not tax anyone making less than $400,000, and this administration has surrendered to foreign countries on international tax negotiations. The president has also failed to devise any coherent trade policy, leaving our exports uncompetitive. It's almost as if President Biden is more interested in shipping our jobs overseas than our products. According to the Economic Innovation Group, 48 million Americans reside in distressed communities, where nearly a quarter of the population are below the poverty line, and more than a third of them are out of work. While the national economy has shown signs of recovery, it's slow to reach our communities, the ones like mine that have been hit the hardest by the Great Recession. Over a decade later, they are still far behind the rest of the country and are now reeling from the new economic crisis in front of us. We cannot let this happen again. Today's hearing provides the perfect opportunity to lay out our case for brighter days ahead under Republican leadership. The 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was essential for the booming economy that we had under President Trump. Unemployment reached 50-year lows, 50-year lows. Ordinary workers had the strongest wage growth of any group, and the businesses stopped leaving the United States for low-tax countries, and thus keeping our jobs right here in the United States. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act also included important provisions, like creating opportunity zones, which have promoted businesses to settle right here in West Virginia. According to a recently released report, close to half of all Opportunity Zone tracts have received investment between 2017 and 2020, and even more since then. In fact, West Virginia saw 4,000 last year compared to 2019. Modernizing and improving the successful Opportunity Zone policy will be essential to continue driving investments to the communities that need it the most. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to highlight my beautiful state, Mr. Chairman, and I hope you return soon. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. There's definitely no place like home. I'd like to recognize Mr. Mooney.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and all my colleagues. As I look around, you may not realize we got so many states represented here. California, I mean, the South. Our schedule in Congress is generally we work a vote 4 days out of 5, 3 weeks out of 4. And today's the first day we would vote on a Monday at 6:30 p.m. We have votes tonight. So what everybody here has done is come in a day early. They have to bus at 7 a.m. to come from D.C. to here to have this hearing with us, and then they're going to take the bus right back to D.C. and vote tonight. So I really appreciate the effort this committee made. It's quite unique. I don't know that I've come to a field hearing before, so it's really an honor to be with you. I live in Jefferson County with my wife and 3 kids, Charlestown. It's about an hour, for my colleagues, it's a little less than 2 hours north of here. And I can actually get to D.C. in 70 miles from my home in Charlestown to Congress. But welcome to the Ways and Means Committee, the powerful Ways and Means Committee here to Grant County, West Virginia. I thank you for the opportunity to join today's hearing and allow me to contribute to this important conversation. I'm grateful that the hearing's in my district, and I hope today's discussion focuses on issues in rural America that Washington often overlooks. West Virginia families are being forced to make tough economic decisions, according to the Congressional Budget Office, which is the standard we all use to look at the numbers in D.C. and the spending. Inflation, the price of consumer goods has risen, inflation 13.9% in just the last 2 years since President Biden took office. The price of gas, groceries, and utilities remain high, and the value of hardworking West Virginian paychecks are decreasing due to inflation. The cost of living skyrocketing, turning on the lights, heating your home, buying groceries for the week are now difficult choices that my constituents have to make. So helping small businesses get off the ground and expand is another challenge I hear when I travel the 27 beautiful counties in the congressional district I represent, the northern half of the state. You have your entire state delegation here, Carol Miller and I, the two congressmen from West Virginia. And I listen to the feedback. It's so important we hear your feedback when we go to Washington so that we know exactly what to focus on. I actually went and toured Grant County Hospital this morning before I came here, and transportation is an issue there, because unlike big cities, to get to and from a hospital or to another hospital, it's often 2 hours, whereas in a big city it might be 2 miles. Those are different challenges that we have in rural America. I normally serve on the Financial Services Committee, and we just passed my bill last week, a bipartisan bill called Expanding Access to Capital for Rural Job Creators Act, and that simply would survey the problems and challenges, the unique challenges, frankly, that small businesses have in rural areas when they're attempting to get capital to expand their business. I'm glad the House passed it unanimously, and it'll make it easier to navigate the needs and the bureaucracies that small businesses have to deal with. You see, here in West Virginia, we don't have any big cities. For 8 years, I represented Kanawha County, Charleston, and I now represent Morgantown. We don't even have a city with more than 50,000 people in West Virginia. Okay, this is a rural state. We have challenges. Internet access is a big challenge everywhere I go, with the exception of Hardy County, where HardyNet does a great job with internet. But, internet access is a challenge. Transportation, the weather's often a challenge. What we do have is hardworking taxpayers here in West Virginia, and we have great natural resources, coal and this beautiful wood you see around here. We have plenty of that. We can cut it down, plant it, cut it down again, plant it, cut it down again. We have great forests. We need, for our state to be successful, to harness our natural resources and not allow the federal government to get in the way of that, as they often do. West Virginia's small business owners create jobs, okay? That's what businesses do. These are job-creating businesses. You have hundreds of employees here that create good-paying jobs for West Virginians. Rural job creators face these difficulties obtaining loans, workforce issues, inflation, and regulatory challenges. There's much more that can be done, and I think that this committee will come away with valuable information from our witnesses here today. We can take that back to Washington, D.C., work together to chart the best path forward for a more prosperous America. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. It's a pleasure to be in your congressional district, and thank you for allowing us to come visit. I will now introduce our witnesses. Tom Plogger is Vice President of Operations here at Allegheny Wood Products, our gracious host today. Mr. Plogger is a native West Virginian and has 25 years of service with AWP. He currently oversees all operations for AWP's sawmills, dry kilns, IT, transportation, and exports. Thank you for sharing your time and this great facility with us today. Ashley Bachman is the owner of Cheetah Bees Restaurant, a highly rated steakhouse right here in Petersburg, currently employing a staff of 35, a mother of 3. Ms. Bachman is a West Virginia native and a veteran of the hospitality and special events industries. Her passion is entrepreneurship, with a goal of bringing more opportunity and growth to this community. Ms. Bachman, thank you for joining us. Wiley McDade is co-owner of Devil's Due Distillery, a craft distillery located in West Virginia's Eastern Panhandle. Mr. McDade works with local farmers, sourcing as much as possible from the surrounding land. Mr. McDade is also a veteran of the U.S. Navy. Thank you for being here, for your service to our country, and for sharing your experience and the story of Devil's Due. Jamie Ward is the preparation plant manager at Consol Energy, Incorporated. a father of 3. Mr. Ward was born and raised in southern West Virginia and has a 30-year tenure in the coal industry. Mr. Ward, thank you for taking time for us today. As a representative in an industry that is so critical to communities and families in this state. The committee has received your written statements, and they will all be made part of the formal hearing record. You each have 5 minutes to deliver your oral remarks. Mr. Plager, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, distinguished committee members and guests, allow me to welcome you all to Allegheny Wood Products and welcome to West Virginia. My name is Tom Plager, and I'm the Vice President of Operations for Allegheny Wood. AWP is one of the largest producers of eastern U.S. hardwoods. We operate sawmills and dry kiln facilities throughout the state of West Virginia. We don't make 2x4s or 2x6s for framing. We manufacture hardwood lumber. Species like red oak, white oak, cherry, hardened soft maple, poplar, and walnut. The lumber that goes into fine furniture, cabinetry, moldings, millwork, and flooring. We also manufacture hardwood pellet fuel from the byproducts of the sawmilling process. Our intent is to utilize every portion of the trees that we harvest. AWP is a family-owned company founded by John and Patricia Kreitz back in 1973. We'll celebrate a milestone of 50 years in business this year. We started out with a small sawmill and 13 employees selling products within a 300-mile radius. Today we have a dozen locations, 800 employees, and we sell our products all over the world. We have exported our products to over 30 different countries, and we loaded over 5,000 export containers last year alone. The forest products industry contributes $3.2 billion in economic impact to the state of West Virginia on an annual basis. There are over 30,000 people in this state that work in our industry, and it is the only industry that is found in all 55 counties. AWP employs over 75 independent logging contractors and nearly 100 independent trucking contractors to support our operations on a regular basis. With that much economic impact, we are often asked, are we running out of trees? The answer is a resounding no. Recent U.S. Forest Service studies have shown that we are reliably growing 2.5 times the volume that is being removed annually in the Appalachian region. There are a couple of key factors about our industry that I need for you to keep in mind. The first is that we are directly tied to housing. We need single-family housing starts and remodeling expenditures to be high because those are the homes where people install high-quality hardwood products. The second is that we must have access to trade. Much of the secondary manufacturing in the hardwood industry left the U.S. in the early 2000s. For industries like ours to be successful, we must have access to markets and the ability to export our goods. The past 5 years have been extremely challenging for the hardwood industry, with a trade war beginning in 2017 and the COVID pandemic in 2020. American hardwood producers suffered because of retaliatory tariffs imposed on our products during the trade war, and AWP was forced to close 2 of our mills and lay off employees that had been with us for decades because business was so bad. The pandemic brought a new challenge nearly every day for months. As lockdowns were imposed, rules and regulations were made and changed repeatedly. Some businesses were shut down while others were allowed to operate, and some businesses and industries received government assistance while others did not. Our industry was hit hard during that period, and not all companies survived. There are 5 critical problems that have materialized over the past 2 years that are poised to impact our industry once again in 2023. The first is dramatically increasing fuel costs. The war on fossil fuels has played havoc with the cost and supply of diesel fuel and all oil products. That hampers our industry at every link in the chain. The second is the supply chain crisis. Getting parts and supplies needed to operate has been very difficult and sometimes impossible. We sell our products internationally, and getting product to our customers timely with the shortages of shipping containers and available vessel space has been a major hurdle. Third is the inability to find qualified labor. Much of the workforce does not appear to have returned to work following COVID, and that is impacting the productivity of every industry. Fourth is rising interest rates. This is slowing down the housing market. It makes capital more expensive, and it will put the brakes on our entire industry. And last, but certainly not least, is increasing regulations and bureaucracy. Regulatory agencies have ramped up their efforts to come out with new initiatives and requirements that hamper permitting and place more burdens on businesses at every turn. A trip to the grocery store will convince you that inflation has gotten out of hand, and you might think that would be the case for all goods and services. But the fact is that the pricing for our products has fallen 40% on average over the past 6 months due to the decline in the housing market and the lack of demand. I want to finish by saying that we here in West Virginia are blessed with an abundant natural resource, and our industry is made up of some of the finest, hardest working people you will ever meet, both at AWP and the forest products industry as a whole. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Plogger, and thank you for hosting us once again at AWP. Ms. Bachman, you are recognized.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Ashley Bachman, and I'm a mother of 3 children and currently own a local restaurant called Cheetah Bees. I've been a resident of Grant County for 11 years now. When I first moved to Grant County, I was working in Landon, Maryland for a trade show and special event company as a freight coordinator for a company called Hargrove Incorporated. The pay was far higher than any job I can do in our community, but after becoming pregnant with my 3rd child, it became impossible for me to travel that way for this job. I saw an opportunity to open my own business with a local restaurant and decided, when a local restaurant decided to close their doors. We opened Cheetah Bees on June 15th of 2015. I didn't have any culinary training, but always had a passion for cooking. It took us a couple years, but we built a highly successful restaurant. Right at the peak of our success, COVID shut our business down. My husband and I were employed through the restaurant, so this was terrifying to us. We have 3 children. How are we going to make it? How are we going to pay our bills, let alone feed our children? We couldn't accept the fact that we were forced to shut down due to COVID-19 regulations, so my husband and I put our thinking caps on. We have a window in our restaurant that faces the road. We decided we would try to operate our restaurant through what we called our drive-through. Luckily, we were able to keep our doors open during this trying time by pivoting our business model by finding different ways to serve our customers. Unfortunately, after COVID, we have been hit with another crisis, the crisis of rising costs of everything. This has proven to be a much tougher task than what we dealt with during the COVID regulations. The cost of goods has been steadily rising throughout the past couple of years. It has been tough to stay ahead. We have had to change our menu prices countless times just to make sure that we don't go out of business. We are still not charging enough for our menu items because we are afraid we will price ourselves out of business. We have and continue to struggle with the ever-increasing cost of goods. Of course, our customers suffer with us as well as they pay more for menu items that have gone up in price. The customers that still come out to eat, that is. We have taken a hit in business so far these past 2 quarters, having less customers come in. Just as the increasing cost of goods has required us to change menu prices and menus altogether, the failures in supply chain have caused the same. I can't tell you how many times our food reps have came into our establishment to warn us of which products were going to be out of stock for an unknown amount of time or which products were going to be increasing in cost to the point that we may not even want to order them. Just one example would be bone-in chicken wings. We used to sell 1 to 2 40-pound cases a week. They used to be $40 a case before they skyrocketed to up over $150 for the same amount. Just as the cost of goods have gone up, so has the cost of our energy to cook those items. Our kitchen cooking equipment runs off of propane. This is the only utility that we pay in our establishment, as our leaser pays the others. During some months, the cost of propane has more than doubled the price that it was in the corresponding months of 2020. The rise in price and all other energy costs has caused our lease payment to increase from $2,000 to $4,500 a month in only 5 years' time. Our little restaurant has been bleeding money due to all the increased costs, and I don't know how much longer we'll be able to continue with the prices the way they are. It's very worrisome. Our business has been very fortunate with workers during the past few years. We also pay a higher wage to keep these employees. We have, however, seen it has affected other businesses. We've heard through our food reps and other restaurants that have had to close or completely change their business hours because of lack of workers. Just last week, I saw at my doctor's office that CVS Pharmacy is no longer open on the weekends because of staff shortages. I believe that the amount of money that has been handed out throughout the years has definitely contributed to this. Around the same time stimulus checks were going out and added unemployment benefit money is when the worker shortage started to happen. Higher fuel costs affect our community probably more than most. It takes more fuel to get our groceries and other essential items across the mountains that we live in between. Our local grocery stores charge sometimes double to even triple on goods than other grocery stores in more populated areas. Our local gas stations charge 30 cents per gallon more than gas stations just 30 miles away. Some of the biggest financial worries I hear from my community is the cost of goods, price of gas, price of utilities, and just life in general. The cost of everything has gone up. I see lots of my old customers at the grocery store, and they tell me they are sorry they haven't eaten at my restaurant lately because they are just struggling to live. My community is having a hard time right now. I have colleagues and powerful community members asking me for a second job, and unfortunately, with the rise of inflation costs, I cannot run with any more staff members at the moment. Lots of my current staff members are using their employment at my restaurant as a second source of income and still find themselves struggling. My husband and I have even found ourselves struggling to keep up and are also taking on other business opportunities besides our restaurant. We have such a wonderful community that is trying their best to bring new business, to provide more job opportunities and fun things to do for our youth in the area, but entrepreneurs like myself are scared to make any financial decisions during this recession. We personally bought a 5,000 square foot building to be the future site of Cheetah Bees and Potomac Valley Brewery, but have put a halt on our project, seeing other peers go through devastating financial hardships working on similar projects. We can only hope that things will normalize again and give our businesses and children hope for the future. It was a pleasure speaking with you today, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Bachman. Mr. McDade, you are now recognized.
First, I'd like to thank you all for inviting me here today to speak. I'm here with my wife, Cynthia, and lead distiller, Ken Walker, and I'll tell you a little story. So I come to Petersburg today to tell you a story about our small business located in our small little town in America. The town's called Kearneysville. It's located in Jefferson County, West Virginia. This county is of incredible historic importance to the United States. George Washington didn't just sleep there, he lived there. His brother, Charles, who in 1868 founded Charlestown at the heart of the county, lived there as well. The American Civil War started there at Harper's Ferry. West Virginia seceded from Virginia shortly thereafter in support of the Union, and I can tell you that the people of West Virginia are fiercely proud of their state. The people here come from all walks of life. Farmland abounds. So do small shops and boutiques and restaurants. The county is ringed by national parks, Harper's Ferry, Antietam, the C&O Canal. The two great rivers, the Shenandoah and the Potomac, converge there and form the northern end of the Chesapeake Bay watershed, which flows under the nation's capital just about 40 miles away. As the crow flies. I think you guys probably thought as the crow flies this place was pretty close till you got on the back roads and you found out that it's always twice as far to get anywhere in West Virginia, but it's also twice as beautiful. When you cross the border, it just feels different here. John Denver captured that perfectly, and I think that's why people come here. Naturally, a small distillery feels right at home here. It's true that prior to the Whiskey Rebellion in the late 1700s, many, if not most, farms had a working still. It was logistically far easier and economically more profitable to bring grain to market by the barrel than by the bushel. Appalachia to the south and west of where we are wasn't always accessible as it is now today. Today, West Virginia's rich culture and tradition is showcased at our distillery. We aim to take local grains, the same ones that have been produced there for hundreds of years, and use that same tradition to produce a product that you just can't get anywhere else. We don't look to make products better there, we just look to make them different. And Jefferson County proved to be the place that has everything we need to succeed. Now, geographically, our distillery is strategically placed in a small business park called James Byrne near the I-81 corridor, a major north-south interstate and commerce artery. That highway bisects the eastern panhandle of West Virginia is in relatively close proximity to us, which we chose to help keep freight costs low. We're also a completely electrified distillery due to the current unavailability of natural gas in our area. You know, natural gas boilers in the distillery industry are almost 100% more efficient than electricity. At least 75% of our agriculture inputs are supplied by the local farms in the county. However, grain is only one part of a much bigger production process that we have there, and our inputs are freighted in from across the United States and sometimes around the world. Our whiskey is mashed and distilled on equipment produced in Missouri. Our whiskey, by federal law, must be aged in American white oak. The oak for these barrels is sourced from all over the United States. The Ozarks, which are known for their tight-grained white oak, the Tennessee Valley, which is known, that white oak is known around the world. A lot of Kentucky whiskeys are aged down there. And of course, lots and lots of oak from right here in Appalachia is used in the production of our whiskeys. Our bottles are produced throughout the United States and abroad. Our label production occurs in Maryland and New York, and our merchandising is a mix of locally produced craft, which we love, but also national commercial products from around the United States. Nearly all of these products rely on freight and working supply chains. We started our business in 2021, and when we started, diesel prices were in the mid-$2 range. Factories were producing at or near capacity, warehouses were full. Choice in products, I'll say that again, choice in products was plentiful. Much has changed in the past 2 years. Fuel prices and their fluctuations have made planning difficult, especially on already small margins. Due to factory closures, glass shortages have been and continue to be a scourge on our industry. Input costs on grains have risen sharply, something we're really actually pretty well positioned to endure because we deal a lot with local farmers, but ever present on the commercial market. Lead times are up by at least a factor of 2 and sometimes up to a factor of 10. And in particular, order minimums have gone up significantly. I have to buy more. And a guy like me who, relies on just-in-time delivery, yet can't afford an entire truck, now has to buy more product at one time or put in longer and longer contract out for the whole year instead of maybe for just the quarter. The enormous glass warehouses that feed our industry remain at minimum capacity with only minor gains in stocks, and supply chain logistics remain painful, to say the least. Despite input cost increase, we're reluctant to raise prices, and we haven't done so. And I believe that this is one of the main drivers keeping our clientele coming back. However, it comes at a great cost: growth. Our workforce should consist of 7 to 10 in order to work the distillery, the tasting room, and the distribution aspect of the business, yet we do so with 5. Everyone works long hours. They wear many hats. My business colleagues in the area tell me that they have similar experiences and that hiring remains a challenge, a perceived shortage of available workers. That shortage is compounded by rising home prices, soaring rents, and inaccessible credit. In the face of all these problems, our outlook looks strong. I believe our community outlook is also very positive, but this is West Virginia, and mountaineers inherently know how to do more with less. So we endure and hope that Washington can work to provide stability in our markets. We need lower and more consistent fuel prices to allow for planning on thin margins. We need choice in energy to achieve efficiencies in our industry. We need to strengthen national manufacturing and refill our national commercial warehouses. We need to pull back from intensive industry rate hikes and stabilize local housing availability. We're just one small, proud West Virginia business out of many thousands, all looking for the same thing: an opportunity to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ward, you're recognized.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Members Neal, and members of the Ways and Means Committee, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jamie Ward, and I'm here representing Consol Energy, a 150-year-old thermal and metallurgical coal producing company with operations in Pennsylvania and West Virginia, where I supervise the Itman No. 5 preparation plant outside of Mullins, West Virginia. I have worked in the coal industry for almost 30 years. Growing up in southern West Virginia, I was surrounded by coal mines and the coal industry from the time I was young. I attended Independence High School in Raleigh County. There, I decided to enter the workforce after graduation, beginning my career at a local coal company, where I conducted coal sampling and quality analysis. From there, I worked at the coal companies for several different operators before landing at Consol. As my career progressed, I watched as coal companies began to either consolidate, go bankrupt, or be bought out, at one time causing me to work for 6 different companies in a period of 13 years. I saw coal industry decline further to the point where I was forced to leave West Virginia to find work in the industry in Alabama for a time. I watched small towns in my home state fall on incredibly hard times, all because of anti-coal policies that were being pushed in Washington, D.C. by people who had never even been here where I grew up. The result of these policies have been economic disaster to the people of Appalachia. In 2019, Consol Energy decided to reinvest in a thin seam coal field in southern West Virginia, providing me the opportunity to move back to my state. My experience at preparation plants allowed me to join the Consol team in the position I'm in now. I manage the day-to-day operations at a plant, including 25 employees and contractors. I also interface with customers and coordinate shipments on a daily basis, both domestic and in international sales. Consol Energy owns and operates the largest underground high BTU bituminous coal complex in North America. Now in Wyoming County, West Virginia, we operate our new Itman No. 5 metallurgical coal mine and prep plant, which it produces coal, coking coal in the steel production. Itman prep plant recently shipped its first train load of coal to customers in October of last year. It was a truly exciting step in the right direction toward bringing the mine and plant up to full production, despite many supply chain challenges that were being felt nationwide, which was a result of policy decisions made at the highest level. Throughout, Consol has brought jobs and economic stimulation to Mullins, Pineville, Itman, and other little towns all over Appalachia still faces staffing shortages. This is due to the variety of factors, including fuel costs making it hard to travel to work, and federal policies that attack our coal jobs. The coal industry is consistently under pressure from Washington, which makes it harder to do business and provide the materials needed for steel and other fuel with affordable electricity. Federal agencies make it difficult for the operators to even get off the ground, especially when agencies make the rules that are very hard to follow. I remember a time when someone could not drive more than 3 or 4 miles without seeing a coal mine where you'd be able to find work. Now I have employees coming from as many miles. One of them drives over 75 miles from the state of Kentucky. Imagine driving an hour and a half every day to work with the gas prices we see as high as they are. You can see how something like that would prevent someone who wants to succeed from being able to simply get to the job site. In addition, the rising cost of groceries do not make things easier on my staff at the plant. The prices of milk and eggs, 2 items that most families need weekly, are through the roof. We pay our workers great wages, but the rising cost of basic needs is still deeply felt no matter how much you get paid. There's only so much that can be done from the industry side to help ease the burden of high fuel and grocery bills where we are forced to pay. My team at the plant is incredibly hardworking every day, and we support the local economy through our work there. We have a local general store in Mullins where we buy our boots, supplies, food, and whatever we might need, because the nearest store to get these things is an additional 25 miles away. We also use local service garage in Mullins to service the vehicles of our fleet. These things help keep our small economy in Mullins up and running, but sadly the same cannot be said about the thousands of other little towns that struggle because of the rising cost of living. Consol's Itman operation has the capacity to mine 800,000 to 1 million tons of coal output a year, with over 20 million in reserve. That amount of output is life-changing for West Virginians and the other Appalachia who need a stable job. We do our part. It's time for the federal government to do its part by lowering the cost of rural Appalachians are faced to pay every day just to stay alive. I look forward to answering any questions that you have. Thank you again for allowing me to share my perspective of the state on the American economy in Appalachia.
Thank you, Mr. Ward, and I want to thank all of you for your excellent testimony and for being here once again. We'll now proceed to the question and answer session, and I will begin with the first question. My colleagues here today will certainly have a number of more specific questions as we dive into the impact of federal policies and programs on the lives and livelihoods of folks here in Petersburg and families all across the country. But let me begin with a more general question. If you were sitting on the side of this room with the ability that we all have to write the laws of the land, what is one thing, the first thing you would do or change to make your lives easier? I ask that question because this committee is committed to empowering all of you, to empowering the voices of citizens all over this country when it comes to creating and changing policy. So I ask, if you were sitting in our seats, standing in our shoes, what would be the first thing that you would want us to do? Mr. Plager, I'll begin with you.
Well, I'm not sure if it would qualify as a law, but I guess the first thing that I would do is ask you to or look at getting the inflation under control. The impact of inflation on our communities, on my employees is devastating, and their cost of living has gone through the roof. And as Jamie mentioned, we're in rural West Virginia. A lot of my employees drive a long ways to get to work. So the price of gas, the price of fuel for them is a major factor in their costs just to get through, make it each month. So the inflationary pressures and the cost of fuel, I think, is something that you should be looking at immediately.
Thank you, Ms. Bachman.
I have to agree with the cost of fuel. I feel like we need to be more self-sustained, have a more self-sustained energy in here in the United States. This would allow the cost of logistics to go down and lower the cost of goods. I also feel like you should look at decreasing the current unemployment benefits that are being received. Currently, a Grant County resident averages around $21,000 a year. For an unemployment couple receiving unemployment benefits in Obamacare, a spouse would need to make for a full-time job paying $73,000 a year to be better off. So those two things, I think.
Ms. Bachman, would you repeat that last sentence?
Yes, a spouse would need to make $73,000 a year working full-time in order to receive the same amount of pay as a couple receiving unemployment benefits in Obamacare.
Thank you, Ms. Bachman. Mr. McDade.
I would agree with her on the problems with worker shortages in the country, getting people back to work. What policies can you put in place to get people back into the factories? Most of the issues I see are unavailability. When we call and ask for something, for the inputs for my business, they always seem to be scraping the bottom of the barrel to get me the supplies that I need to make my business function.
Mr. Ward.
Yeah, more focus on the inflation, gas prices, grocery prices, And really, college isn't for everybody, but maybe some more focus on the high school education. When they come out of high school, they're more equipped for real life. A lot of kids now, they come out, and in my opinion, they just really not prepared to enter the workforce. But they so choose not to go to college. So there's an issue in the way I look at it.
Thank you. I'll now recognize the acting ranking member, Mr. Byer, for any questions he might have.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I think all of you brought up the issue of labor force availability, which is not unique to West Virginia, by the way. In Northern Virginia, we have the exact same problem with virtually every business. It's fascinating that the labor force participation rate from 1948 through 2023 averaged 62.8%. It's now 62.4, so it's almost where it's been for all of our lives. In fact, before the recession, before the pandemic rather, when Donald Trump was president in January 3 years ago, it was 63.5, so less than 1% more. But it's fascinating that the labor force participation rates come back for virtually every category of people except childbearing women, which is largely blamed on the absence of child care. But Ms. Bachman, I'm fascinated by the economic impact payment stopped 18 months ago. The child tax credit stopped 13 months ago. Unemployment insurance applications are at their lowest rate in 50 years. But your 21,000 versus 73,000 is fascinating. Do you pay health care for them, or why is it fair to add that to the benefit that they get that keeps them out of work?
Well, this is the average of looking up statistics, that's the average of what the Grant County residents brings home. That's not necessarily my employees. I pay my employees a little bit more than that. But unfortunately, I'm unable to offer health care at this moment. Health care is just out of my means. I looked into it. I'm uninsured. My whole family is uninsured at the moment. We are out-of-pocket pay. We just can't afford that monthly bill right now. And
is that an argument for getting rid of Obamacare and that making that insurance available to those people in your town?
I personally don't have insurance. I know that, I fall in that middle class where I make too much to go and get certain benefits that the United States offers low-income people. So, but I just make enough to where I can't afford insurance for my family right now.
But Bill, what you're clearly sort of affirming is the chairman's thought that we're paying people to stay home.
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. And Commander McDade, you talked about inflation being very, very real, which I wholly appreciate. The good news, which is hard for us to appreciate right now, is that Wall Street Journal says inflation in the last 6 months has been running at less than 2%. However, it's still pretty high compared to what it was before the pandemic. And of course, you also said that the interest rate's killing you, which I appreciate also, especially on housing and everything else. We have relatively few controls as a member of Congress. We can't do price controls, and the last person did that was Richard Nixon. So, and the Fed, after the 517,000 jobs that were just announced for January, is likely to raise them again in March. What else should we be doing to hold down inflation that the Fed is not doing now?
Oh, boy. Well, the first thing we should do is stabilize the interest rates, I think, in this country. And you've mentioned quite a few things, but I'll give you an example. Over the last, say, 10 or 12 months, we've seen the housing prices in our neighborhoods go up, and they've gone up significantly. I've seen the neighbors when they sell their house, and you know who doesn't come house shopping anymore? Is families with children. We only see older folks come in and look at those houses, and I've seen them with my own eyes, people who have made their money in the world. And the biggest, I think, complaints I get is that forces a lot of people into the rental market, and the rents are now skyrocketing. And so it causes a problem. I mean, I know people who rent, and they say, yeah, our rents are up significantly what they were just 2 or 3 years ago. And to your point on inflation, I'm more interested in how we're going to be drawing down prices now. Now that if inflation has crested, that's fine, but once those prices go up, how do we bring them back down to a level where we can all, make a living? I told you, we have very thin margin. The liquor industry is the most regulated industry probably besides banking. I mean, it's been that way ever since Prohibition, and there are we pay steep fees in forms of excise taxes, and so our margins are they're pretty small. And so anything to open that margin up a little bit is going to help us out.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. And it's nice to say chairman and have the gavel on our side. And thank you, Ranking Member Byer. And again, thank you to all of you for being here today. I'm so honored to have the first Ways and Means hearing of the Republican majority right here in my state, our state of West Virginia. Southern West Virginia has borne the brunt of attacks by President Biden's disastrous agenda. It is long overdue for our nation to hear from real West Virginians on the impact of Washington's poor decisions on their lives, businesses, and communities. I have here an article, a statement from the Coal Association. Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit for the record this statement by the West Virginia Coal Association explaining how the Biden administration's war on coal has cost thousands of jobs and devastated the social fabric of communities in this great state.
Without objection, so ordered.
Well, I can go on and on about the successes that we've seen and the challenges we continue to face. The most important thing for us to do here is to hear your voices. You can hear ours all the time. So I just want to thank all of you for representing West Virginia so well in this hearing. Mr. Ward, thank you for being here today. I understand that you have 3 children, and 2 of them are attending higher education in our state. One is at WVU, and the other is at my beloved Marshall. Go Herd. Our state, for way too long, has exported our educated children. What do you see as the greatest challenge into keeping them here right now?
To keep the kids here, we educate them, but we do not offer them positions to use their education to stay in the state. So we have to create jobs that, once they're educated, higher paying jobs competing with other states. That would be our biggest hurdle to keep them here.
That is so correct. I do have to mention basketball. One thing Mullins is famous for is their basketball. But your story is the story of way too many West Virginians whose lives have been impacted by the decision of both lawmakers and bureaucrats in Washington. So I'm glad that you've had the opportunity to return home. The fact that you have to drive 20 miles to buy shoes or groceries or socks or underwear, it's amazing that the people that live in Washington, D.C., who only have to go down like half a block to buy those things. It's unusual. The coal industry's been under heavy scrutiny by Washington, and usually by people who are really ignorant of the importance and the history of the product that you produce. Can you at least tell them the difference between metallurgical and thermal coal, and how important each type of coal is?
Yes. What we do at Itman, or in the southern West Virginia part, is the metallurgical coal. We are after the coke, the carbon that's in the coal, so that's the metallurgical coal it's used to make carbon, which goes into steel making. The thermal coal, its primary job is for electricity, to generate electricity.
Electricity, oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Mr. Plogger, thank you for hosting us here at Allegheny Woods Product again. The facility is a testament to all the hard work that you do. An important role of the Ways and Means Committee is overseeing our nation's trade agenda. And I very first sought this seat on this committee after seeing your hardwood products while I was on a trip overseas in China and experiencing firsthand the importance of the trade, not just for our national interests, but the impact that it has right here in West Virginia. Can you speak briefly to Allegheny's exports and what challenges the federal government has created in getting your products to market?
Well, the two biggest challenges in recent years have been the effects of the trade war. When retaliatory tariffs were levied on our products, basically taking 25% off the top of what we could charge for our products to our customers in Asia. The supply chain crisis is the second big issue, and over the last 2 years as the supply chain crisis has tightened, it has made it extremely difficult to get access to containers, to vessel space for us to reach our customers on time. If we have a customer in Asia who's looking for just-in-time delivery, we have to be able to put that on the ground for them timely. And the supply chain crisis has made that extremely difficult. As steamship lines took advantage of the higher rates coming from Asia, they elected to ship containers back empty rather than load products here in the United States, and took advantage of those exorbitant rates coming back this direction and left American exporters high and dry.
Thank you. I'm so sorry I can't get to the other two. I've run out of my time. So I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I now recognize the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to ask two questions. One of my colleagues, they have plenty of time. Actually, Mr. Plogger, I'm going to ask you first. Has Allegheny Wood Products been affected by any supply chain failures?
Yes, Allegheny Wood Products has been affected by many supply chain failures. As one of the other gentlemen mentioned, just the ability to have the supplies on hand to run our plants has been dramatically affected by the supply chain crisis. Parts that we may have been able to get in a couple of days, so we would keep one on the shelf because we knew we could order and have one here quickly, suddenly turned into things that we couldn't get for 3 months. So you had to increase your inventory of supplies just to maintain your regular production schedule, to have what you needed in order to be able to run, which means you had to sink more money into supplies.
Next question be directed at Ms. Bachman. And congrats, I read in your bio and your statements you're opening another business, bouncy house for kids. As the father of an 8-year-old, we were looking for things like that the past few years, and we had one of those in Jefferson County, and when COVID hit, they shut it down. And the kids didn't have any place to go. So it was kind of a shame, to be perfectly honest. So I hope there's a good clientele for that. There must be. I'm sure you've done a market analysis, and hopefully the children will benefit from that. Particularly in the cold weather, it's hard to go out to the parks. So, but I guess my question to you, you mentioned, the jobs and how expensive it is for employees and finding employees. Do you think there's enough work opportunity in this part of the country?
I do think there is enough opportunity, but what you lack is motivated workers. Again, when you pay them more to sit at home, there's no motivation to go and work, especially in a place like my restaurant. It's the kitchen's hot, you're on your feet for hours. It's not a very fun job. So I personally experience issues getting employees, but again, we're in a small town. I think I have a good reputation of being a good employer, so I have been able to retain employees, and again, I have to pay good money to keep them.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's better to have more jobs than people than jobs, if you had to choose between the two. Mm-hmm. But it's still a problem, and I do think a lot of the policies government's created has exacerbated that, made it too easy not to work. We need to get people back to work that are able-bodied adults. But, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. I'd like to recognize the Vice Chairman of our committee, Mr. Buchanan from Florida, for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank all of our witnesses for being here. There's nothing I'm more passionate about than entrepreneurship and startups, so I'm going to have 2 or 3 questions I want to have you weigh in on. I also want to mention AWP is celebrating, if the math's right, their 50th anniversary today. That's a great American story. Let's give them a round of applause. And I think they have close to 800 employees, so that's just an incredible story. Our goal as an organization is to do everything we can to get you even to another level and help our startups as well. On the startup thing, I've got a bill that basically would quadruple startup expenses that you can deduct. Would that help you in terms of attracting capital or setting up your business? And part of the reason I say that, I read a statistic many years ago, it always sat here at my heart, 92% of startups aren't in business 5 years later. You've talked about the struggles both of you are looking at, and that's why we need to do everything we can to help, especially the two of you, get to another level. But let me ask you, Mrs. Bachman, what do you think? Would additional write-offs up front in terms of attracting capital, if you could write that off and tell the investor you could write it off, would that make a difference?
Oh, that would make a huge difference. I mean, we have more power of buying supplies. I mean, we can employ more people, providing more income. I mean, that would definitely benefit my business.
Mr. McDay, you want to comment on that real quick?
Well, coming from an industry that gets taxed pretty heavily, I mean, absolutely. Any sort of relief on that front, especially for us from being the startup perspective, would be outstanding.
Yeah. The other thing is the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. I don't know if you're that familiar with it. Mr. Blogger, I'm going to ask you a couple of things that we did, especially on pass-throughs. You're a Subchapter S company. We, decreased that, the 199, 20%, but also in terms of we went to this idea of full expensing. Instead of writing something off for 5 years, you can write it off now. Now, some 20% is supposed to sunset. We're going to hopefully try to change that. But can you address those two things, the tax cuts in general? And by the way, I will say with my Democratic friend here that the bill that they passed or are trying to pass out of our committee, when you added it all up, I'm pretty good on math, it was 46.4%. It was gigantic, and we can talk about that later, but that's the reality of it. But what is, in terms of adding taxes or maybe full expensing, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, Congressman, I'm a forester and a lumberman and probably a pretty poor accountant, but just in general, the tax cut would be very beneficial to us, especially the bonus depreciation, the upfront depreciation. The line that's behind you is actually a test line for an automated lumber grading system. We'll put the scanning equipment in place here in about 2 weeks, and at the end of the day, when we finish this line completely, it'll be about a $5 million investment.
So you're able to write that off the first year. It probably made part of the reason why you did it. And let me jump over. I've got one big question I want to answer because I think we're not focused on it enough as a committee or just in general. I mentioned this to the chairman, but healthcare costs for small businesses. I know you're a bigger company, you guys absorb more, but a lot of small businesses can't do it. So let me just ask you, in terms of your costs, because you touched on it a little bit, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, in fact, Mrs. Bachman, what's your sense of, once you tell your story, you wanted to look for insurance for your new company, you've got 3 children, husband, and you wanted to be able to get health care. To me, this is unacceptable. And if we do nothing else, we need to deal with this. Why don't you mention what they quoted you on the government website?
For a family of 4, it was $750 a month.
$750 a month times 12 is almost $10,000 a year. What did you do?
I didn't get insurance, and I'm just out-of-pocket pay.
Yeah.
I pay myself $39,000 a year, so that would take a huge chunk of my wage.
Yeah, it's outrageous. I can tell you in our area, someone mentioned to me, until I heard your story, they're paying a couple, they got an Italian restaurant 20 years there, came up to me and said they're paying $3,000 a month for the 2 of them. They're in their early 60s. They don't get Medicare, but they thought it was outrageous. I thought it was outrageous until I heard your story. We got your back. Thank you.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize the chairman of the Trade Subcommittee, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Appreciate all of our witnesses here today, the perspectives that you bring, that you share, that you experience. I think it's especially instructive. Mr. Plogger, thank you for touching on the trade issue. I think it's important to note that things can get really complicated really quickly as various policies might be pursued, and we always, I think, need to keep that in mind. Ultimately, keeping the consumer in mind. It's the consumers that I think are touched by all of you, and so I think as we look at inflation, and as important as I think trade policy is, I also believe that the workforce shortages and the supply chain shortages, and the two being obviously related, are a significant driver of inflation. And it concerns me greatly. You know, it's tempting, let's see, it's tempting to celebrate unemployment rates. I think West Virginia's is 4.1%, Grant County's is 3.4%. That sounds great, but it's only part of the story. Our national workforce participation rate is only 62.4%, and Virginia's is 54, West Virginia, I'm sorry, is 54.8%. Now, these are significant numbers that I don't think get enough attention. And we have realities that exist across our big country where there are different needs in different communities, different factors impacting various communities, small and large, rural and urban, and so we always need to keep that in mind. But if there's one thing that I think we could do is engage folks who might be receiving some benefits, and I think we always need to ask ourselves the question, are we engaging the American people like we could, and perhaps bringing them, encouraging them off of the sidelines? I've worked on, with many of my colleagues here, what we call the Jobs for Success Act, to engage states who administer these programs to have to tell us more if they're making any progress, if they're actually bringing people off the sidelines, so that we could improve that workforce participation rate. It should concern all of us that, for example, 45% of West Virginians are not in the workforce. And those numbers obviously can vary across the country. But when you look at where reality sets in, I'd be curious, Ms. Bachman, you order supplies all the time for your operation.
Yes, we get food trucks at least twice a week, 2 separate trucks. So.
Right. I kind of think I know the answer on the cost of eggs lately, but that involves a lot of things as well. But I'd be curious to know, and from all of you too, that there are high prices and there's lack of availability across the board in some cases, or at least temporarily. And I'm just wondering how you, each of you, might experience that, what you do to deal with that, because it's a reality that can be pretty painful. Ms. Bachman, if you want to lead that off.
Unfortunately, the things happen so quickly in my industry. So, for instance, a case of lettuce, it was an average last year about $32 a case. That's for 24 heads of lettuce. But it went from $32 to the very next week, $100 for the same exact case. And, of course, we have to up our prices, and then you have angry customers, and it's hard to convey that, we can't, we have to charge these prices. I'm sure that everybody sees the same thing when they go to the grocery store, but constantly we'll order something and our supply won't come in, so we'll have to go locally and order items that are 2-3 times as much as they would have been through Cisco or U.S. Foods, causing us even more costs that we shouldn't have had to endure.
Right. Mr. Plogger?
I guess early on in this supply chain crisis, the real issue is being able to get things at all. So that caused the problem of just having what you needed in order to operate. But as the supply chain has come back together and things have come back in line, the prices have settled out on a lot of these items that more than double where they were when things started. So for us, for example, for parts and supplies in 2022 to run our operations, we more than doubled the cost from 2020 to buy the same things and produce the same amount of goods that the price has not gone up on.
Okay, thank you. My time has expired. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize the gentle lady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank you all for being here today. And I think Mr. Mooney at the beginning of the meeting said there's lots of states represented, and I'll just tell you a little bit. I'm from Minnesota. I'm from rural Minnesota. Yeah, you can tell by the accent. But, from Canada almost all the way to Iowa. So we're very rural, we're very heavy ag, we're very heavy manufacturing. And so the workforce shortages are huge. And I can't remember who it was said they had to go 20 miles to get there, Mr. Ward, at the end. I go about 30 miles. I've got a grocery store and a Dollar General, but other than that, anything else, you have to go about 30 miles to get in my area. But I wanted to ask a little bit about, I know that there was talk about the housing issues, and that's one of the things that I've been looking at in my district, when we look at those workforce issues, because we're low on housing. We just can't get it. Sometimes we can attract people. We can't find the housing for them because it's too expensive. In Minnesota, I'll tell you, there's huge overregulation from the metro area on how to build a house in Minnesota, so that doesn't help us. But, is it price? Is it availability? I mean, what are the issues with housing? And I will throw it out to everybody.
I've had a couple friends try to move into the area, and it's kind of changed. When the market was hot, there wasn't anything in the Eastern Panhandle you could find in the $200,000 range. As soon as they came on the market, they were gone. And so it was availability for a while. And then as the ramp up increased, then it became price. And I feel like a lot of people felt like they got locked out of the market. When you add the interest rates on top of that, if you want to move and you can find someone to buy your house for 20 or 30% more than it was a year ago, well, then you have to move into another house that's equally as expensive. And so it's a struggle, and it doesn't look like it has any end to anyone. I think that's the feel I get when I speak to people anyway.
Is there any issue with low-income housing? I mean, or it's not that, it is market rate housing that you're looking for?
Well, no, I mean, I touched on it earlier, the rental market is also, I've got, my sister rents, and she's moved from one rental house to another, and those prices per square foot went up. And it's built into the people I talk to is when the lease is up, those prices will go up, and they'll go up. The maximum allowable by law right now is the things I'm seeing, and so big step increases in rents anytime that they can be had.
And just if anybody has anything else to add about the workforce shortage, if there's issues that maybe we didn't touch on yet, I mean, because obviously, we talked a little bit about education, and that's, but generally, I talk about strong rural communities, and so it's not just, not just the housing issue, not just the education, but there's a lot going on of those, they interplay, and they're all involved in making sure that we have the workforce we need, we have the folks we need here, so.
Congresswoman, I guess I would say I appreciate Mr. Byers' comments about workforce participation having not changed, but in our communities, I know that there are a lot of young people who are not working. We drug test for our facilities. We have a terrible problem in our communities with drugs. We've been doing that for over 20 years. It used to be we would find marijuana, softer drugs like that. Today we find fentanyl, heroin, cocaine in the most rural parts of West Virginia. And I know that is hampering a lot of our young people and holding them back and ending their lives. So I know that's a huge part of our issue here in West Virginia.
Well, thank you. And I have a couple of seconds left if anybody wants to jump in there. Otherwise, I will go ahead and yield my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think the gentle lady would like to recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for moving this meeting out of the ivory tower that knows no recession, known in Washington, D.C., and to get out among the real people. Having spent 35 years in business before coming here in the restaurant business, I was talking to Ms. Bogman about how difficult that is. For anybody that's listening, I would recommend nobody getting in the restaurant business. It's very difficult. Mr. Bogner, thank you so much for AWP hosting us here. You know, one of the biggest issues that we have right now is, you know, not talking about the things that really matter to the American people, and that's why we're here. In 2025, we have the expiration of Section 199A, which gives back some cash or cash flow to the businesses in America, small businesses in America, to be able to invest more, to do more for their people, to stay more competitive, to innovate. I know the chairman has carried a bill forward about making that a permanent fixture as we go forward to give security to our businesses as we go forward in America. The National Federation of Independent Businesses have talked about how important that is to the small businesses in America to be able to stay competitive as the economy around the world changes. Mr. McDade, I'd like to say first and foremost to you, thank you for your 24 years service in the Navy, protecting the freedom so we can even have these kind of meetings, so we really appreciate you so much for doing that. I would like to talk to you about you know, your testimony that you put forth, and just if we remove this where you now would have 20% more income to be taxed on, what would that do to your business, removing that ability to invest that cash flow?
Well, let me give you an example of why we're even here in the first place. For the federal excise tax traditionally has been based on the proof gallon. That's a 100 proof gallon of liquid, 50% alcohol, 50% water. It's taxed by the federal government at a rate of $13.70 a proof gallon. Now, the Craft Beverage Act that was passed said that, well, the first 100,000 gallons of your production will be exempted and will be charged a rate of $2.70 a proof gallon. That's the reason there is a craft distillery industry in the United States. Jim Beam makes that on Thursday, and so it's not a big deal to them, but it's everything to us. And that whole thing kind of underpinned the growth of our entire industry, and that's why you see more and more of them popping up. And I would say there are answers like that in lots and lots of industries. It's not necessarily that we want to cut taxes, but if you want to encourage growth from the bottom, it's an excellent example that is now being played out across the entire United States. We went from, in the 80s, less than 200 distilleries probably, an industry that was just still recovering from 80 years of since Prohibition, to now over 6,000 and growing. Back to something it used to be like before Prohibition, where nearly every town in the United States had a distillery making something from the local grains.
I appreciate that. Your response is very similar to so many other small business of all types across America, and we really appreciate it. We'll do everything we can as we move forward to get a bipartisan solution to this so that we can fix this for all the small businesses in America. Mr. Ward, I come from Oklahoma, an energy state where 40% of our energy are fossil fuels. In fact, I always love to challenge my Democrat friends who talk about Google. Google's largest data server farm in America and around the world is 25 miles east of Tulsa, and it sits about 1,000 yards from a coal-fired / natural gas-fired energy plant. And the reason it sits there, by their own admission, is because they need reliable energy. And then you have President Biden saying that the country's coal plants should be closed because they're too costly to operate and can't be relied upon as a dependable energy source for future generations. Mr. Ward, what would that do to America and to your businesses to see that fulfilled based on you mentioning that Consol Energy announced in October 2022 the commissioning of the Itman preparation plant? Could you expound on how important coal has been and is today and will be in the future for American energy supplies?
Yes, coal is very important to Southern West Virginia as really, in my opinion, the world. You talk about reliable. ask Texans when they relied on solar source for energy and the ice storm came. They didn't have no electricity and they needed heat. Coal-fired electricity just kept going. It was very reliable, and it's been reliable since it was invented. And it's cleaner now than it's ever been, and it's more reliable now than it's ever been. As far as the metallurgical coal, it makes strong carbon steel. So it's very important to us. It's very important to our economy.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the witnesses for all being here today and sharing your testimony. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize the chair of our subcommittee on tax, Mr. Kelly from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you all for being here. And I know we have a lot of people who came today to hear what was going on. And I think that one of the common fixes today, because no matter where I go, whether I'm going in church or coming out of church or going shopping, people stop me and say, you know what, you guys in Congress got to do something to fix this. They said, well, you know what, until a month ago or 2 months ago, we were in the minority, and when you're in the minority, you can't fix anything. And our inability to work with each other is probably the biggest problem we have. The other problem we have, and I don't mean to slight anybody or to make anybody feel, hey, wait, this guy's not talking the right way. I sat in the school board for 4 years. My personal opinion is there's nothing more private than public education. The things that are being fed to our children today are so radical and so far away from the world that I grew up in and the culture that I grew up in. When I'm the youngest guy in church, there's a problem. When our kids get fed things that are so unreal, there's a problem. Just want to let you know that every single person serving at any political position in your town, in your country, in your state, is elected. They just didn't go in and sit down. And this is the thing that is driving me crazy. I talk to people every day and I say, I understand your frustration. I understand where you accept. You need. Be careful who it is that you elect. And too many people tell me I don't even bother voting anymore. I say, really, why is that? Because my vote doesn't count. I said, that is a correct statement. If you don't vote, your vote doesn't count. We are in the situation we're in today because of elections. Not just the recent election, but going back probably 50 years. You've seen what's happened to our country since the end of World War II. And again, thank you for your service. And there's a lot of people sitting out in the audience that have served. Ladies and gentlemen, I keep hearing this term about being woke. My answer to that is forget about being woke. Wake the hell up. Your country's being stolen from you. Your country is being destroyed, not by an outside enemy, but by an internal rot. The most important elected position in any community is school board. I am tired of hearing that people can pick whatever book they want, whatever textbook, whatever curriculum they want, and if you're a parent questioning that, you're bad. Look, we're sitting here today because our chairman said we need to get out and get into the country. And the country needs to get into us. Every single problem you're talking about goes back to what President Reagan said in his inauguration speech in 1981. It went something like this: government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, to you and us, if we don't start standing up for what we know to be true, for what we know to be the way it must be, to what we know is wrong, please do not take another day off, do not take a play off and think that somehow this is going to get corrected. I'm on a soapbox right now preaching, but I don't think I have to ask any of you. Mr. Ward, we talked about this, the Pittsburgh seam. 40% of our electricity is through burning coal. Oh my God, you can't do that. Look at what happened in Europe. Shut it down, shut it down, shut it down, shut it all down. Then we wonder about why we have the inflation that we have, why we wonder when we look at what's happened to our schools, where is that group? Where are those green peas? Where is that upshoot that's going to take over the roles? Every single problem we have can be going to the person who, when you look in the mirror, looks back at you and say, what are you doing today to get this thing back on track? Our chairman has brought the committee into the countryside because the countryside needs to know that we are you. We represent you. That's all we do. We are representatives. Please, I know what you're going through right now. I'm also a small business owner. It is horrendous what you have to go through. We can't get talent. We can't get any relief. The cost of everything is soaring. And the answer is we need more government. No, we don't. We need less government. We need more people, American people, going back. And we were talking today, by the way, our business is 70 years old this year. My mother and father started in 1953 with absolutely nothing. And went through a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of months where it was just hard making payroll. And you paid everybody except you. That's how you kept your team together. So I want to thank you all for being here today, and I want to thank you for what this family has done for this area and the difference it's made in lives. And, Mr. Chairman, the more we do this, the more we get the feeling of who it is that sends us to Congress and why they send us to Congress. We've got to get the hell out of that town and get out here in the countryside and talk to people and make the changes that we need to change. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to recognize the Subcommittee Chair of Oversight, Mr. Schweikert from Arizona, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for doing this. I'm from the Phoenix, Scottsdale area. I passed more trees here than I think I have in my state. I noticed you have no saguaros. If you'd like one, I'll send you one. But here's the great irony. I'm from the desert my whole life. Yet many of the problems you have are very similar to us. I represent a community with the highest inflation in America. And yet, Mr. Plugger, you were talking about the difficulty that has created in running the business and the production. So a couple of things I want to understand, because I'm desperate to also figure out what we can do policy-wise that's great for West Virginia, but also great for Arizona. You know, it's just good American policy. In the last, let's do 2 years. In your opening statement, you talked about your cost of running the business. Can you give me like 30 seconds on where your cost drivers were and how much of it was also now your workers just desperately needing a salary change because they're getting poorer every day? You know, when your salary doesn't go up as fast as your inflation, you're poorer the next day. And that's happening like crazy in my district. Matter of fact, my folks are almost 5% poorer today than they were a year ago. And I'm told rural America is every bit as brutal. First, tell me what's happening in just the cost of making the business work.
Well, cost of making a business work are rising in every way. Most notably, the biggest driver of that is the price of oil. Whether that be what it does to diesel fuel and oil products, or products that are made or derived from oil. You know, steel, plastics, anything like that. As the price of oil.
You run kilns.
Yes.
What does a big kiln end up consuming energy-wise?
Well, our kilns are driven by steam, and we produce that steam by burning the byproducts of the sawmilling process.
Interesting.
We burn sawdust, so we use biomass to fuel our kilns.
Interesting. And your wages, how much wage pressure? Because, you mentioned it in the restaurant. I'm just curious in the lumber industry, what are you seeing your wage pressures?
We have seen considerable wage pressure. I've talked to a lot of other business owners across the country that, especially depending on your location, some of them have seen their wage structure double from what it was 2 years ago. And again, you have to remember, the prices of our products have not doubled. They have not gone up at all. In fact, they've dropped dramatically here over the last few months.
And is that because of housing? Are you thinking international slowdown? Is it your products that are being exported, or is it domestic?
It's both. It's due to lack of demand. Again, you need, for our products to do well, you need housing, single-family housing, remodeling to be doing well, because that's where our types of products are put, hardwood floors.
Okay, there's one off that I really want to ask you. Much of the hardwood, more elegant furniture manufacturing, design, production is no longer in the United States.
That's correct.
Any idea what we could do to get that type of production back in West Virginia again?
That's a very difficult question, sir, and the reason that most of that manufacturing left here was for cheap labor. And we face a situation where up until very recently, I could put lumber in Shanghai cheaper than I could put it in Chicago with the freights. That's reversed itself somewhat here with ocean freights, but up until very recently, that was the case.
No, I know I'm interrupting, but it's time is a tyrant here. Have you seen some of the new automation that's starting to happen in furniture manufacturing and some of the sort of the new computer-driven CNC type equipment?
Absolutely, sir, and it's fantastic equipment. But you have to remember that you're competing against a furniture plant in Vietnam where the average wage for that worker is probably $250 a month American.
Can we arbitrage it through doing equipment?
In my experience, I would say no. Because we've actually tried that ourselves with our own furniture dimension plant. And at the end of the day, we could not compete against that cheap labor. So cheap compared to our American labor or costs that it's worth that extra cost to send that material overseas, have it processed, and send it back here.
Okay.
And that's why those American furniture companies have turned into design and marketing companies rather than manufacturers. They've contracted that out to foreign entities.
Okay, Tom, thank you. Mr. Chairman, that's actually would be an interesting side project, is if we could get energy, get young men back into the labor market, and the incentive to buy the equipment. How much of this could we actually move back domestically again?
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to recognize the Subcommittee Chair of Work and Welfare, Mr. LaHood from Illinois.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and I want to thank you for bringing us here today for this hearing. The more we can get to real America, which is what today is all about, the better we're going to be as a committee. And as we listen and learn and acknowledge the challenges that all of you have talked about today, is going to be beneficial to us as we go back to Washington, D.C. and have to decide many of these issues. I want to thank each and every one of you for your valuable testimony today. Mr. McDade, thanks for your service to our country. And I want to thank AWP for having us at this wonderful location. I noticed we got a lot of wood products here. Mr. McDade, I was hoping we could have had some Devil's Due product here, but maybe that'll come later. Again, this has been very, very helpful for us to hear this today. I want to just thinking about what each one of you have said in your individual businesses, as we think about coming through COVID, everybody knows we had lots of challenges and disruptions with COVID. But I think everybody thought, boy, once we get through COVID, it's going to be back to normal. We're going to have all our workers back. We're not going to have supply chain issues anymore. Energy costs will be back to normal. And it's been just the opposite. And all those struggles you've had to go through have been related to that. And what's been frustrating about this current administration in the first 2 years is they haven't focused on any of these issues, right? COVID was bad enough. And so as we think about our new Republican majority and this committee, and looking at all those issues you've articulated, supply chain issues, energy costs, how do we get back to energy independence, worker retention, we hear you loud and clear here today on those things. And that's part of why we're here today on our first hearing, is to take that message back. Mr. Pfluger, I want to just touch on a comment that you made in your opening statement as it related to trade. Your statement, American hardwood producers suffered because of retaliatory tariffs imposed on your products. I'm not a fan of tariffs. To me, tariffs are taxes. They're taxes on businesses. They're taxes on consumers. And obviously, the trade war was detrimental to you. Can you talk a little bit about that period and what it meant for jobs, production, and profit to your company?
Well, that period became a pure survival period for most of us in the hardwood industry, because that was so devastating to our industry. It made our products uncompetitive in those marketplaces, and we are not a business that can just pass along whatever additional costs come up to our customers. We are a supply and demand business. If our prices get too high on our products, our customers will simply look to a replacement product, and they'll go to something else. So, for us to operate during that period, most companies operate during that period, they were operating at a loss to try to keep their employees, to keep their business going, and just to survive that period. I understand the reasons for the tariffs and what was trying to be accomplished there, but when you're caught in the middle of that, it's an extremely uncomfortable place to be.
And I think you mentioned you had to close down 2 mills during that period?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah. Maybe just a follow-up on that. We're dealing extensively on how we deal with China. If I understand your export market, about 60% of your hardwoods go to China.
That's correct.
So as we look at policy decisions, we look at the malign activities that China is engaged in all around the world, any suggestions you have for us as we look at how you deal with China?
I'm afraid that one's probably way above my pay grade, sir, but again, that is where a lot of the secondary manufacturing for furniture is. That's where our furniture comes from, in large part, is from those manufacturing plants. So, as well as just about everything that we buy in the store. So I think that's something that America's got to take a hard look at, is where our goods come from, and that if you are in a position of having to deal with a controversial power, where does that leave all of us who are depending on those goods, and a company like us depending on that trade?
Gotcha. Maybe Ms. Bachman, real quick here, we've heard a lot about reliable broadband and making sure we get that to our rural areas. It's a huge issue, that digital divide, how we bridge that, how we bring that connectivity. Can you talk about broadband as it affects maybe your children in their school or your business?
It affects our business constantly. So we have Square for our point of sale, and they guarantee that they can go and accept credit card payments when we are offline. But a lot of times when it comes back on, we just cannot capture that payment. So we're losing actual, whole sales because of internet. And, in a lot of big cities, I know that they're doing like the QR code menus in order to keep up with the inflation rates. And, we can't rely on that because we don't have a good internet infrastructure in our area.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Winstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you all for spending your day with us and your service to your community, your service to this great country of ours. And I'm sure that you get up each day wanting to make each day productive. And I'm hoping that today will lead to some productive measures going forward, not only for you, but for your workers and for your families. Ms. Bachman, I worked my way through school and restaurants. I from dishes to cooking to waiting tables. It's hard work, but I did it all through school to reduce my student loans so that you, the taxpayer, wouldn't have to pay off my student loans, which you shouldn't have to pay off. They're my responsibility. COVID hurt us all. Kids have lost years of education. We saw mandates coming down for a vaccine, removing doctors completely from the conversation in your personal health care, and a lot of this has led to a decreased workforce, including in our military. You know, I'm glad I live in a country where we have safety nets to help us out. You bring up a point where you're in this hole, right? You know, because, you know, we have Medicaid. I'm glad we have a safety net, but you know what? Honestly, it has the highest mortality and morbidity and the least access to care of any health program in America. And we have one party that brags about putting more people in it, and another party that says we want fewer people to need it. And you fall into that hole where you make too much so you don't get Medicaid, but you don't make enough to actually afford $750 a month. These are the problems that we have to address, because in that situation, unless you go from abject poverty to a #1 draft choice in the NFL, you can't just skip over that gap, and you get stuck in it. You know, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did a lot for this country. We had no inversions. We didn't see companies leaving our country. We actually had more coming back in. We encouraged domestic production, which is vital to our supply chain. But let's just take energy, which every one of you have talked about being a cost and a problem and a burden. You know, we have again, one party that's advocating that we go to electric vehicles, but all those take batteries that we rely on China for. We can't make them ourselves. We rely on China. We talk about solar panels. You know, I've got fields where farmers said, oh, okay, I'll lease to a solar panel field, and everything's built, but there's no solar panels. We rely on China for those. This does not make us energy dependent. It doesn't help us, and it doesn't help your business. But these policies that we've been putting in place are rewarding China and punishing the United States and punishing your businesses. So, you know, and let's just talk about coal. China's burning coal. They don't do it cleanly like we do. You know, and why are we doing this to ourselves? Last time I checked, the earth goes around every 24 hours, so what they do matters. And so this is the situation we're in. I served in Iraq for years as a surgeon, and I realize now my supplies, my protective equipment, my pharmaceuticals rely on China. How did we get here? How are we letting this happen to us and continue to make it even worse? What I would like to ask you on the supply chain side is, you know, what is your #1 or 2 supply that really holds up your business? And do you know where it comes from and how you're going to overcome this? Because the way to overcome some of it may be by the actions that we take. Who would like to answer your #1 supply chain concern?
Ours would be electrical supplies, and most of them are manufactured in China.
Thank you. We can go down the line.
Ours is also a stable supply of electricity. We're an entirely electrified production facility. From a farming perspective, though, I mean, look, corn is king in my business. You can't make bourbon without it. And so I hear a lot from local farmers, that same thing you hear on the news, but they see it in action, is fertilizer prices, fuel prices, seed prices, weed killer prices. All of those things have, you know, they're kind of the root, the thing that underpins the entire, you know, corn underpins our entire economy. Everything is either fed on it, or we eat it, or it's produced to make, you know, used to make fuel. And so seeing that stabilize as well, I think, is pretty critical.
Yeah, I'm from Southern Ohio. I get the corn deal. So go ahead.
I would have to agree. Food inflation costs are my #1 concern, and I think, you know, if you fix fuel costs and getting energy here, then that would fix it.
On the manufacturing plant side, electronics are the biggest issue that we run into, but we run sawmills, and we are entirely dependent upon contract logging companies to harvest the wood that we purchase and bring it to our mills, and that is a dying breed. As those folks cannot get access to capital, it's a very capital-intensive business. So it's kind of the war on small business that's preventing folks like that from starting new businesses, growing existing businesses that affects our supply chain for the raw materials we need.
Thank you. We need to continue to drill down on why those exist, why those are problems, and what we can do to encourage solving those problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for having us. You're very blessed to live in a beautiful part of America, and I know you know that. I think we all have the same collective reaction when we were driving out here. It's not that far in terms of miles, but it's like being in a totally different place, a very real place. So thanks for having us. You all touched upon different economic forces that are posing challenges. Mr. Plogger, you zoomed in on taxes and tariffs. Ms. Bachman, you focused at least your personal story in healthcare. And both Mr. McDade and Mr. Ward talked about overly oppressive regulations affecting your respective industries. The common thread amongst all of you, which is really the American story, you've all taken chances and taken risks in order to do what you're passionate about, what you love, and what you're good at. And this is a televised hearing. It's on the record. I would just like for you to share with us, if you could let us know when you're going through the rough times, and I'm sure all of you have hit at different points and for different reasons with different levels of extremity, I should say, being one paycheck away from falling through the cracks, one medical incident from falling through the cracks, one lost customer from falling through the cracks. I think it'd be helpful for us to bring back to our colleagues, what do those kitchen table conversations sound like for people like yourselves who have invested your entire life, all of your passion, all of your energy, and because of outside forces, completely outside of your control, you got to start planning for alternatives. I think it would help me, it would help our country to hear that. We could start with you, Mr. Ward.
Yeah, I've lived through some ups and downs. The coal market historically has highs and lows. My wife and I, we've faced them, many of them. Day to day, you wouldn't know if when I returned home if I would have a job. Then the good times would hit, change of administration. The coal company would see, or the coal industry would see a little bit of relief, and then you would see people like me, buy houses, buy this, buy that, and generally just one election would change all that. With the policies, it would just push down, it would spin out, and I always made fun of, not really fun, but just made a comment that you could look at the local bank and see what people are going through, because the vehicle that they went and bought a month ago, they can't afford because of the decline in the industry, and it's sitting there for sale. The side-by-sides, the ATVs, the houses for sale, the people moving away, and I know that my wife and I, I've sliced bread just to make 2 pieces, and then on the other side, I've went and bought 2 loaves of bread at one time. So I've seen both sides of that. Fortunately, right now, it's on the high side. But all of the people that work for me, my employees, they go through the same struggle. And that's it.
Yeah, I've heard it a couple of times. It's that we're all just trying to survive still right now. It's still at the same point. We're seeing things come back online a little bit, but my business, it's got to make money, and there's less and less money to be made, not only from rising input costs, but I do a lot of forecasting, and I know how much my business should have made in December. I'm sure of it because I saw the run-up. I've done the numbers. We've been spot on many times, and it was 30% less than we thought we were going to make in December, and we just saw through this fall a tightening closer from last year's numbers to this year's numbers until we hit January, and then our numbers this year slumped under last year's numbers. And so that gap that we were above just kept getting smaller and smaller until it went inverse. Now there's some recovery going on right now, and I see good signs for a number of reasons, mostly because we try really hard, but growth right now is, we got a lot of irons in the fire, and we're trying to figure out which ones we got to put on the back burner.
We struggled a lot when we first opened our business. I was in the kitchen a lot, so, and I didn't hire an accountant right off, and I lost $17,000 in a month and a half just with internet, or the internet loss of that in the credit card transactions. We almost lost our home. My husband was working full-time in DC still, and we were using all of his money just to pay for our employees and our cost of goods because we didn't have the money that we were supposed to make from the sales. And again, it was poor internet infrastructure, but we almost threw in the towel. We almost gave up, but I don't know what it is. It just, we gave it everything we had. We started marketing heavily. We started doing all these share contests and giving away free dinner, and people would come in, and somehow it turned around our business, and I now have a wonderful team that works for me. But we almost didn't make it, but we're glad we stuck with it.
Yes, what about the conversations around the kitchen table or the meeting table, and with us, anytime we faced hard times when we're discussing what are we going to do and which way do we go next, we're always talking about our people. I'm fortunate I got the greatest employees in the world. This room that you guys sit in was a construction site when I walked your team through here a week and a half ago. And anytime that we've faced hard times, the conversation all boils down to how do we take care of our folks? How do we have to keep things going? So no matter what cards we're dealt, I guess, or what things are handed down from Washington, we've got to look at the hand we're dealt and say, okay, where do we go from here? We're going to win, so we just got to figure out how to do it. And like Wiley said, pretty much everybody I've got works really hard. The founder of our company's always said we're a bunch of C students, but man, we're not afraid to work. So that's where our conversations kind of boil down to.
I appreciate that. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Would like to recognize the Subcommittee Chair of Social Security, Mr. Ferguson from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to each of you for being here today. Listening to your story, it hits really close to home because it sounds like this area has been through or is going through what my hometown of West Point, Georgia went through. We were once home to the textile industry. The largest employer in our area was a Fortune 500 company. And we had about 35,000 people in our area working in the textile industry. And then all of a sudden, with some folks that were educated beyond their intelligence that had been elected to office in Washington, came up with policies that destroyed our way of life there. And they passed NAFTA, and there were a series of promises about better jobs that would come and greater economic opportunity, and those promises were just simply empty promises, never materialized. And then Washington's response was to send more checks, more government assistance, and more ideas from Washington to try to save our area. And again, it left a generation in poverty. It moved people from the middle class into poverty. And most importantly, it eroded hope in our area. And it seems like, listening to y'all today, that these same sort of broken promises are being seen here in this area. This Green New Deal of energy just seems to be destroying a way of life here. Whether it's in the cost of propane, as you mentioned, to run your business, the energy needed to harvest and process and distribute wood, the cost of energy to process your product, Mr. McDade, and clearly the impact that these policies have had on the coal industry. It just seems like that these, again, are empty promises that are backed up with more checks that come through that disincentivize work, that put people on the sideline, and they just leave a generation behind the rest of the country. So I'm sorry for what Washington has done to you, Republicans and Democrats, and it's shameful and it shouldn't happen. And that's why we're here, to understand the impact of it, but also figure our way out of it. And it sounds like one of the most important things that we can do is to get D.C. out of these policies and let American small businesses run. So with that, Ms. Bachman, first of all, I'm sure running a restaurant, you probably look over to your left and probably need to buy some of Mr. McDade's product on a more regular basis because. Yeah, exactly. But talk to me again about the cost of propane. I want to make sure I heard you right on that. You said it had doubled?
It has doubled since 2020 for us.
Okay, and the other energy costs that are wrapped into your lease have also gone up?
Yes, our lease has gone up. We started our lease at $2,000, and it's today at $4,500 a month.
And a big part of that is the energy cost that's associated with it. Do these same costs around propane, do they impact a lot of your customers in this area that heat their homes with propane?
Oh, I'm sure it does. I just had an employee last month borrow money off of me because she was, again, it was electricity, but she was behind $600 on her utility bill.
Wow, $600. That's impactful.
And she's a single mother of two children.
Wow. Mr. Ward, I'm sure you've heard an awful lot from the Biden administration about green energy jobs and how that's the wave of the future. How have those manifested themselves here in this area as coal jobs go away and folks are left without income and hope? Have those green energy jobs manifested themselves here in this region?
In southern West Virginia, where I'm from, I haven't seen too much green energy jobs take any jobs that we currently have.
I don't believe I'd hold my breath waiting on them. And it's a shame. It really is a shame that talk about energy policy and do it in a theoretical way, and it probably in blissful ignorance, but at the end of the day, it has an impact on families, and it's hard. Mr. Pfluger, again, talk to us about the cost of the product cost of your product that I'm paying for as a consumer because of the energy cost.
Well, again, our cost of manufacturing the product, our cost of operating has gone up dramatically because of the cost of energy, because of the price of oil, really, and how that translates to all the other goods and services you have to buy, along with just the fuel to operate. Again, our prices have on those things have more than doubled since 2020.
Well, thank you. And listen, it just sounds like that the promises of the Green New Deal energy policies are just empty, and they're having a negative impact on folks here. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize a gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to start off by saying how much I appreciate today's field hearing. You know, too often we're stuck in a bubble in Washington and away from Americans that really are impacted by the decisions we make. And that's why I travel home every weekend, go to the grocery store, go to the gas station to fill up my van, and trying to make sure that it stay involved with the people that I represent. And we hear stories every day from Kansans and Americans throughout our districts about the concerns that they face, similar to what we're talking about today. You know, the Biden administration and some of my colleagues have tried to paint a rosy picture about the economy, but that's not what people are saying in Kansas or you're saying here today in West Virginia. And I had a woman in Wichita call my office a few weeks ago, was shocked to discover that her gas bill was $100 more than it was a year ago. And she was not knowing how she was going to handle that and angry that decisions and policy decisions in Washington, D.C. and people had openly attacked the energy production in their area. In grocery stores, people are shocked to see the price and having to discover how much they have to pay for groceries. We've heard recently from the Biden administration that inflation's easing and that they were celebrating 6.5% inflation. Well, that's 6.5% inflation is not something to celebrate. It means prices were 6.5% more than they were a year ago, and that was on top of being 7% higher than they were the year before that. And so in total, inflation's up 14% since President Biden took office. That's kind of a staggering number to think about, that in the last 2 years, the same goods and services cost 14% more than they did before. And that's a permanent loss of American wealth through that cost. And wages haven't kept up
real wages have dropped 3.5% over the last 2 years. For 21 months in a row, inflation has outpaced wage growth under President Biden. The state of our economy is bad, and Americans know it. In our first constituent survey of the year, 71% of the respondents said inflation and the economy are the priority for us to address in Congress. It was the third highest issue for Kansans, just behind federal spending and the southern border. Kansans and West Virginians know that 14% inflation over 2 years is crippling for families and small businesses, and we need to implement common sense solutions to help Americans struggling through this Biden economy. One way you can do that is stop attacking American energy, as we've talked about today. You know, one day in office, President Biden and his executive order pen started attacking energy producers, and we've seen gas prices tick up ever since. The so-called Inflation Reduction Act allowed the Biden administration to sidestep rulemaking process, allowing the EPA to impose a methane fee despite ongoing marginal well studies. These fees on small, often family-owned wells could cost the economy up to $9 billion and as many as 90,000 jobs. That's why I've reintroduced a bill, the Marginal Well Protection Act. The bill would prohibit the EPA from imposing a methane fee on marginal oil and gas wells. And to try to cover up the disastrous energy policies, President Biden has put our nation at risk by selling off the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, including to companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. The SPR sprawl is at the lowest level since 1984, and unfortunately the administration has not created a reasonable plan to replenish the reserves, and they're dragging their feet to go through that process. We need to be responsible about refilling that so that we have that strategic safety net for us in the country. A couple questions before I run out of time. Ms. Bachman, have you had to increase your prices to compensate for some of those phenomenal food price increases you had? And if so, how has your customers reacted to that?
Well, most customers understand, but you have, still a few that are angry that the prices have increased. They don't realize that we buy quality ingredients, so we're buying steak that's been aged for 21 days. So you're going to pay a higher premium on something like that. So, I mean, we get good quality ingredients, but for the most part, customers have been very understanding. And yes, we have increased our menu prices.
Thank you. And I just want to say again, thank you all for being panelists today, for spending your time with us and sharing some of the information about the issues that you're addressing and having to deal with, so that we can make sure that we make good policies to help with that. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello, everyone. It is wonderful to be here. In fact, I feel a lot more at home here than in our Ways and Means committee room where we all have to wear ties. This is, I hung a lot of drywall in my life and then built a construction company, so this is where real things happen, and I really appreciate the opportunity to do this field hearing. I do think it's worth pointing out who's not here. So this was intended to be a bipartisan hearing, as all of our hearings are. And with the exception of my friend, Mr. Don Byers, not one Democrat has chosen to show up. They had access to the same bus we did. They could have driven their cars. They're coming from around the country to come to D.C., but they chose, I think they're more comfortable, they must be, in their bubble in Washington, D.C., inside the Beltway, than to be out here and really talk to real Americans about how their policies are impacting all of you. We heard it from them. We went to all of their hearings that they held when they were in the majority, and they kept blaming us, saying we didn't care because we didn't vote for their massive spending bills. And then they won't even show up to talk to each one of you and to hear from you. So I think it's a shame. Secondly, the other point I want to make, and Mr. Byer is a good friend of mine. I know he's very serious when he says he cares about each one of you and your families, as he did initially. I've worked with him on a number of issues. But listen to his opening statement and contrast that with what we're talking about. They literally believe that Washington is the answer to your problems. He went down over a list of items that they spent money, taxpayer money, and to give to you. He talked about making it easier to install solar on your home. He talked about all the government handouts. And it's not what I heard you want. What I heard from you was get inflation under control. Get the cost of fuel under control. Unleash American energy independence. Find a way to get people back to work. Get people back into the factories. Again, more focus on inflation, a good education system. These are the things that you really want, not government handouts. And so I just want everyone to think for a moment about the difference in the approaches here and what the parties feel is important. And Mr. Beyer talked about rising interest rates as well. Well, you know what caused that, right? So first of all, the trillions of dollars in additional spending caused the inflation. Their economists warned that would happen. We knew it was going to happen. We warned them. But spending money we don't have, by the way, printing money, trillions and trillions of dollars, spending about $10 trillion just in the first 2 years of this administration, over the trillions that are spent on an annual basis, caused the inflation. And then when they were not willing to cut back on the spending, the only tool we had was for the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates. Because you can't just keep inflation going up, it can quickly spiral out of control. And they're trying to tamp down the economy by raising interest rates. These are failed policies, folks. And we believe in you. They believe in Washington to solve your problems. We believe in the workers who are represented here today, who are building America. In my area, there's a lot of snack food. If you've eaten a nuts pretzel, if you've had, the Peeps, I'm from Pennsylvania, so I say feeding the country. But here, you're building America. And you're part of making this economy and this country what it is, and too often their policies get in the way. So I had lots of questions, but I went on a rant, but I just want you to know how much we appreciate the opportunity to be with each of you. We appreciate the work that you're doing every day. We appreciate those, the witnesses who are taking big risks to run a business, as I did, and you're the job creators in the country, and you're helping many people as you're doing that. So thank you so much for hosting us.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you guys for coming out and everybody for participating today. The lunch was pretty doggone good. I come from eastern North Carolina, barbecue-wise, so we'll have a little bit of a contest there, but it was pretty doggone good. We're driving up here in this big bus, and there are police following us, and I can only imagine what people on the road were thinking. They're thinking either one, well, it's a bunch of members of Congress, or it's a bunch of criminals being escorted by the police. And I'm starting to wonder if it isn't a little bit of each, because I think that's what the American public feels Congress is like, a bunch of criminals. And I'm here to say, and I think you guys have seen this, we have some people that really give a damn. And both Republican and Democrat. I really mean that. Some folks that really, really care. Sadly enough, some of the philosophies are absolutely divergent because individuals don't come out and see how the rest of their world lives. I come from eastern North Carolina. It's flat. We don't have these kind of hills, but we have water. We have pine forests. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. And so I understand the pressures you guys are facing now with interest rates, a declining home industry, and the pressures you have to get rid of your product. As my colleague, Mr. Smucker, said, so much of the spending has gone into, we're self-inflicted crisis one after another. We knew coming out of the pandemic there was going to be pent-up demand, there was going to be decreased supply because people were locked out of their jobs. But when you add fuel to the fire, you destroy the fabric of America. And that's what you guys are facing. I understand that, and I'm sorry for that. I will tell you, at the way interest rates are going now, they just raised it a little bit. They're not going to change anytime soon because we haven't gotten the fire under control. I look at what happened in our forestry industry, which is the same here. We're trying to export wood chips, but the world is going against that and pushed by this, the climate stuff. Second is, I look at our fishing industry. That's a big deal for us in eastern North Carolina. Fuel prices have gone through the roof. The administration just attacks with rules and regulations. Now they want to put in a rule that no ship above 35 feet will be able to go more than 10 miles an hour. Try going 10 miles an hour on your road. See how long it takes you to get anywhere. So you won't be able to fish, and we take the vast majority of our seafood from overseas anyway. One thing, I'm a physician by trade, and I look at the workforce, and I understand that this is one of the epicenters of the opioid epidemic. So I wonder if each of you could tell me a little bit about that, which, by the way, we had in 107,000 people die from opioid epidemics, from the opioid epidemic. It's going to be easily over 120 this year. So those are people that could come and work in your workforce, but cannot. I will also say, just one aside before I answer the question, one of the reasons you're having problems finding people to work is President Biden has continued the public health emergency, which in my medical opinion should have stopped a year ago. What is the result of that? 18 million people nationwide are now receiving Medicaid benefits who are not eligible. So those individuals are sitting home catching a check that are not eligible under federal law, and they're keeping out of your workforce. So think about that. All those individuals, and then when I hear the 55% participation rate here in West Virginia, it just kills me. I'm surprised you can even stay afloat. And so if you can, tell me a little bit of story, just as you can. You got about a minute. If individuals in your workforce have been affected by the opioid epidemic.
I know with the restaurant industry, I mean, we are constantly dealing with it, especially in the younger days, because I didn't know what I was looking for. I had no idea what a drug addict looked like, but they go through lengths to go and do drugs at work. We found needles and stuff in our ice machines. It's crazy. I'm pretty blessed now. They know that my stepfather, he's actually the chief of police here in the city of Petersburg. So, I've got a no drug policy, so we've cleaned it up, but we struggled for the first 3 years. We had tons of drugs in a restaurant, and that's just not the way I was raised, but this is my workforce that I had to choose from, unfortunately. Again, I've came a long way since then, but that was the beginning. But
I will tell you, I just hear this story over and over and over again. We can't get somebody because they can't pass a drug test. If you look at what's happening at our southern border, ladies and gentlemen, we are being invaded by drug cartels, and we are allowing that ourselves, and it is killing our nation in so many different ways. Not only people actually dying, but we're killing our workforce because we're addicting other individuals. I'm over my time. Again, thank you so much for your stories. They meant a great deal, and don't give up the fight. We are the greatest country on earth despite our bumps and bruises, and thank you for your work. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for arranging the hearing today outside of Washington, D.C., and thanks to everybody at AWP for being great hosts, and also to the witnesses for appearing today. If I could, Mr. Blogger, to you, as I understand it, AWP company-wide, you have about 800 employees. You're roughly about 50 short. Am I right that before the pandemic, for a starting wage, unskilled worker, you were paying about $11.50 per hour? Now you're over $14 starting wage.
Yes, that's correct.
And can you generally talk about, benefit-wise, health insurance? I know there's been talk, Ms. Bachman, with you with health insurance. What you do for your employees health insurance-wise?
Yes, thank you. We when we hire an employee on full-time for us, they become eligible for our 401k program and also our health insurance. And the founder of our company has always insisted that we try to keep health insurance for our employees and keep that as reasonable as we possibly can. If we were to look at not carrying that health insurance, we could certainly raise our minimum wages considerably by doing that. But my older employees, well, all of my employees with families, they really depend on that. It doesn't mean as much to the 18 or 20-something that's just out of high school. They're bulletproof at that point. So health insurance isn't something that they really consider too much when they're going to look for a job. But for my long-term employees, it is a critically important thing. They have to have access to good health insurance. So we've tried to keep our health plan as robust as we possibly could and as cheap for our employees as we possibly can. And we're actually a finalist for Health Rosetta's Health Plan Heroes Award. And if chosen, we'll be ranked in the top 2% of self-funded health plans in the United States.
That's good. You're a good employer. You have good starting wage in West Virginia, good benefits. Your opinion, and you've been here a while, the enhanced unemployment benefits that were paid out to people during the pandemic and afterwards, stimulus payments, were they a disincentive for people to want to come to work?
Yes, absolutely. It put businesses that continue to operate in the position of competing against the government for employees. And as the pandemic went on, we had employees that were coming to us for every reason to try to get out of work, and to be eligible for those enhanced unemployment benefits when they realized they could actually make more money staying at home than they could coming to work. Now that was a very small percentage of our employees. We have a very loyal workforce, and our crews really stuck with us, and I can't say enough good about them. But a lot of the benefits that are still out there, and I think Mr. Byard commented earlier about a lot of those that have ended at this point. But I can tell you from experience, I've had plant managers that tried to give a raise to an employee. I had this just very recently where an employee, he was a very talkative guy, and every time my plant manager would come near him, he's like, "Hey, I need a raise. You need to give me a couple of bucks an hour. I really need a raise." So I happened to be down there the day that the plant manager came to him and said, "Hey, you've done a good job. You've done everything I've asked. You've learned this new skill, and I'm going to give you a raise. Here's where we're going to go." And the employee looked at him and said, "Well, I'm going to have to quit." And my plant manager was dumbfounded, and so was I. "What do you mean you're going to quit? You've been asking me for this raise every day for months. You've done what I asked, now you're going to get it." And the employee said, "Well, it's going to jeopardize my medical card and the other benefits that I get. But don't worry, I'll quit and come back to work for a temp agency. I'll work for you, but I've got to quit." Well, there's something badly wrong when there's not an incentive for those employees to keep growing. He's done a good thing. You need to keep advancing. You need to keep learning new skills to try to earn more money. But there are programs in place, whether they be from the federal government or from our state, that cause us to compete against that, and they disincentivize those employees to advance, to get ahead, and that's wrong.
In your opinion, the child tax payments that went to people over the last year or so, did they disincentivize people to want to work?
I don't know about that. I don't know. I know that a lot of my colleagues that were doing well in life, their children got some of those payments too, and they felt like, well, I really didn't need that. There were people who needed it more than me. I don't know if that actually disincentivized people from working or not.
Thank you. Real quick, Mr. Ward, you talked earlier about West Virginia. You talked about the coal mines and how far you've got to drive now. You've got people all around the country watching today's hearing. What would you say about West Virginia and the importance of coal to this state and what it means to you?
What coal means to the state, the taxes that coal pays. We pay a lot of taxes to the state, to the economy. So coal is a big provider for the state of West Virginia as far as keeping stuff going. And coal's important to me because it puts food on my family's table.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to recognize the gentle lady from the state of New York, Ms. Tenney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to you and Representative Miller for hosting us here along with Alex Mooney, our colleague. You have great representation. I hail from the state of New York. I'm a business owner. Our business was founded in 1946. We use paper products that we probably, that are derivatives of yours. We do pharmaceuticals and packaging, and I used to run a newspaper. But I want to just say, first of all, I was an attorney for many years and have always worked in the business, but I want to just give a shout out to Kelly Kreitz, your general counsel, because that's my job in my family business. And it's a tough job, and we know that you are the straw that stirs the drink when a lot of things come up, and we appreciate it. Had a great conversation with her earlier, but really appreciate what I hear you saying today. I'm from a very similar part of upstate New York. I'm not from New York City. You'll hear from our New York City representative. But things are very similar in New York as they are here. We have many of the same problems that you're experiencing, having a hard time getting people to come to work, competing against government. As you said, Mr. Flogger, just to talk about, we have employees that don't want to raise and don't want to succeed because they're going to lose their benefits. And I think it's worth talking about, Mr. Byers' discussion of the employment participation rate compared to the 70s, where I believe it was about full employment, not people taking partial employment. And also so many people that left it during the pandemic and never came back. So we have the same problem trying to get people to come to work, getting quality individuals. And you mentioned something that really struck me as the person who does a lot of our human resources is the drug testing aspect of it. We cannot get people to work. And I know this is also a problem with our armed services. So Mr. McCabe, you were there, and thank you for your service as well. This is a problem that, and Mr. Murphy rightly mentioned the southern border. I have a question, though, on what happens with your unemployment insurance. And I want to ask each one of you, were you assessed in the state of West Virginia after the unemployment insurance, or after were you forced to, number one, forced to shut down during the pandemic? And did you have to repay any unemployment insurance? Because I know maybe Ms. Bachman might have been hit more with the restaurants, but if each of you could just explain how your unemployment insurance worked and if you were forced to shut down during the pandemic.
Well, we were not forced to shut down during the pandemic. We were an essential business and we were allowed to run. I'm afraid I don't know the answer to the unemployment insurance question.
Okay, Ms. Bachman.
I'm in the same boat. My husband helps a lot with all that end of the business. I'm kind of more on the hands-on side. And the restaurant had to shut down, but we were innovative, and we ended up opening up a drive-through and / grocery store for our community. And we didn't really charge anything extra for the groceries because, my friends were going to Walmart and we saw the shelves were empty. So we just used it as a service for our community that, come and order some food from us, and we have some grocery supplies at no extra cost than what we got them.
Did you get reassessed for unemployment insurance from the state of West Virginia, do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
We built during the pandemic, and so we didn't start hiring until the April kind of 21 time frame.
But I believe is rightly so. Your industry was considered an essential business.
It was, and my colleagues in my industry, it was an essential business, and you'll probably know that because you probably smelled whiskey in your hand sanitizer for a number of months during the pandemic. And that's what most of the distilleries did.
Yeah, no, thank you. I don't know if you were aware of that, but if that affected your business, but the unemployment insurance was an issue.
As far as Itman Consol in West Virginia, we were just getting started during the pandemic, but my prior company that I worked for, we were deemed essential, and I can't comment on the unemployment.
Mr. Ward, while we're with you, I'd just like to ask you, so I just stepped off the plane on Saturday morning into upstate New York, and it was minus 12 degrees. We had record cold in upstate New York, and with the billions in subsidies that have been given to the Northeast in our region for solar and wind, only 3% of the electric grid had anything to do with sustaining the people who suffered during this recent cold. And I have to tell you that my own Buffalo Bills had 7 feet of snow at one point and had to end up playing in Detroit. So I really would love to know if you could tell us how much of West Virginia's energy grid relies on coal.
I can't quite quote the exact numbers, but I'm assuming it's over 50%.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you so much. I believe my time is up, but thank you to all of you. Thank you for your service and for fighting the good fight as businesses. We're on your side. We want to see you succeed, and we want to help you. Just be glad you're not in New York. Things are worse there. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Byer. We are absolutely thrilled to be here. Washington needs to be constantly in the communities in which they serve and understanding these issues firsthand. Your testimonies are great, and I want to recap just a couple of things I learned from each of your testimonies, but I'm going to pose the question that I'm going to ask of you, and then I'll briefly share just my appreciation. The question that I would love as many of you to weigh in on is, if you could choose, if you could make sure we understood 1 to 2 things to get right and keep consistent for you as business owners and crucial people working in our economy, what are the 1 to 2 things that we need to get right and keep consistent? As a few of us that are in our second term had the distinct honor of running for Congress for the first time as COVID was ramping up, and there's a lot of confusion going on and a lot of really well-intended policies, but ultimately had long-term effects took place. One thing hit me, because I came from 8 years, my previous 8 years were in management consulting, where all I did was try to help small businesses and businesses grow and navigate sort of tricky waters, right, and predict the future. And the thing that just stuck out to me, and it's even gotten worse over the last 2 years, is the policies we implement in Washington absolutely affect you all, and it makes it virtually impossible, as things are constantly changing, for you to do your job. I remember, I always joke that us politicians, we live our lives in 2-year increments, where you all, as CEOs and workers, you're looking 10 years out, and there's a disconnect there. So seriously, 1 to 2 things that if you could have us get right and keep consistent, I would love to hear from you. Mr. Plogger, your testimony actually inspired that question, just talking about the things that have been so difficult to navigate. Ms. Bachman, your emotional piece just of how difficult it is to build a business plan, put it in place, and then have everything disrupted and having to make constant change to all the world around you when there should be more consistency. And Mr. Ward, I constantly talk to people about building clean energy, and we have to have baseload power to build clean energy, and I appreciate the work that you and your colleagues do. I represented in my first term a very energy producing area, and the environmental issues that you all are leading out on it, and we need to make sure we support baseload power. And then, Mr. McDade, I'll take it a little bit of a different direction. As you served your country, the second half of your time in your career was something so productive, and there are so many veterans that are going through difficult times right now, and they're not finding that productivity and what you were able to find in starting your own business and engaging that way, and you've been a model, and I really appreciate your work there, and we need to make sure that we do that for all of our veterans. 1 to 2 things. Let's start here, Mr. Plogger, and just quickly go down, and if we could get it right, let's do it.
Number 1 looks to me like energy policy. We need consistency. We need to know where we're going with energy policy. I'm all for green energy, but it looks like the way this is being brought forward, it's at everyone's detriment, and it is definitely hurting communities like ours. And the cheaper energy that we have, the more opportunities for business, the more opportunities for jobs are out there available, and that needs straightened out.
Ms. Bachman?
I agree with Tom as well, but I also feel that you needed to decrease unemployment benefits so that you can get people motivated to come to work.
Leadership and vision at the top are going to stabilize our markets. If you tell us what you're going to do and you lay out a plan to bring down inflation, bring down fuel costs, just putting that plan together and presenting it to the American people is going to go a long way into stabilizing those markets. If we talk about it and say that it's going to happen, quite often if we follow the right steps, it happens. But back to another one. Fentanyl killed my kid brother, a cheap pill on the street. And, I heard it for a while, that some politicians saying, you know what, we need to make fentanyl a worse crime. And the first thing you can do is make it first-degree murder if you're dealing fentanyl, period. And that's it. And we'll nip this problem in the bud. But it's going to take something very drastic to keep our children and our brothers and sisters from dying on the street every single day. It happened to me. I guarantee it happened to most of you or someone you know. Everyone seems to have a story about it. And what are we doing? Nip it in the bud. Make it a capital offense if you have to, but make it stop.
Thank you for highlighting. If you'll indulge, Mr. Chairman, for Mr. Ward just to share his last thought.
The only thing I could ask is just every decision that you all make, just always put America first. Make sure that before your decision, once you make it, America's better. Protect the southern borders, and just, that's my two things.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to recognize the gentle lady from the great state of California, Ms. Steele.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and this is a very important hearing on the state of the economy. So thank you for our guests for taking time from your busy jobs to discuss how they've been dealing with the economic downturn for over the last 2 years. And Mr. Plugger, I came from the lumber business. My actually grandfather used to own. I've never seen this clean lumber yard, in my life. So I used to play with dust and sawdust and all these woods and stuff. So I thought I was expecting that kind of lumber yard, but this is very, very clean. So thank you. But thank you for opening up this place, and I'm so grateful. I represent Southern California, and our families pay some of the highest cost in the whole country. A lot of other states, they complain about, how awful this economy and everything, but you know what, comparing to California, I think it's much better other states in the nation. One outrageous example of progressive policies that hurt my constituents is the fact that state gas tax is 50 cents per gallon, plus 23 cents for cap-and-trade program to lower greenhouse gas emissions, and 18 cents for state low-carbon fuel programs. So our tax and fees are much higher than any other states. It went up last year, actually $9 per gallon people had to pay in California. Government handouts without any plans makes working family class and the small business going through the very tough time. In California only, Ms. Buckman, you were working so hard for the restaurants. 40% of small business never came back in California, so it's really, really bad. So, Mr. Plugger, my constituents were on the front line of original supply chain crisis. We are located next to the port of Long Beach and LA. They are the number 1 and number 2, the biggest size of ports in the nation. Ships were backed off the coast and trucks were lined up trying to get into the ports. This caused all kinds of disorder in our neighborhood and supply chain. In California, it's the worst progressive policy, so independent truckers cannot come in. A lot of truckers, actually 50% of the truckers are independent truckers. They cannot come into California and they cannot drive. I always tell people that you do opposite of what California government does, then you know what, you are doing the right thing. So you are trying to lead the company for work for. Can you share how American businesses have been left on the hook for a failed supply chain and how that affects not just your employees that I've been hearing, but those associated with your business and community?
Well, as far as how American businesses have been left on the hook for the supply chain, I mean, it looked like there were things that the government probably could have done to help smooth the supply chain out or to help things run smoother. And there really wasn't any action taken on any of that. And American businesses were left to just pick up the pieces to figure out how to navigate that situation as best they could. And they did things like I mentioned before, that you doubled up on the supplies that you bought because you didn't know when you could get them again. And all of that led to higher price increases because, you know, everyone was trying to grab everything that they could get so they had what they needed to operate. Same way on the exporting side. There were a lot of unfair things that happen whether you are an importer or an exporter in dealing with the steamship lines and with dealing with getting vessel space and dealing with demurrage costs and charges that were levied against you, and you were stuck with them. I mean, you basically had no repercussion. You had no way to argue them or to deal with them. It was just another cost levied against you that you had to deal with for somebody else's incompetence. So all of it just led to more costs for American businesses.
My next question is, many employers have expressed concerns with me about the skill shortage in Southern California. I think it's in the nation too. Can you share how this could impact your business today, but also in the future, if not handled by the government correctly?
As far as the skill shortage, we see a shortage in the trades. You know, in trying to hire people with welding skills, with you know, different trade-related skills. There's definitely a shortage there, and there are tons of opportunities out there for young people who would want to go into the trades, learn things like that. You know, again, from our standpoint, and one thing that was mentioned a while ago was, you know, was our starting wages. At this plant, we're actually at $13 an hour. Ours run from 13 to 18, depends on where you're at. But that is for entry-level, zero skill labor. If we can get people in, we'll train them. You know, we'll teach them. We'll give them skills, but getting them to pass the drug test, to show up on time, to show up 5 days a week, and do that on a regular basis, that's the challenge. And as one of my plant managers commented one time, we were meeting with an economic development authority person, and they were asking for job training they could offer, and he made that comment, and he said, if their mama didn't teach them that, I don't know what kind of job training you're going to offer that's going to do that. You know, and that's just the basics of being ready to go into the workforce.
Thank you, Ms. Plugger, and thank you, all the witnesses. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to recognize the gentle lady from the great state of Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
I appreciate that, Chairman, and thank you all for being here. I cannot tell you the warmth that you have received us, and if your Meadowbrook Farms barbecue and brisket is anything reflective of the food that you have here, we will be back. And you guys have been so good to be sitting there for hours as we've been getting up and down, taking breaks. So I really hope that part of this includes getting them fed. And by the way, me saying that from Texas is a really big thing, and I don't know that I would ever admit it in my state, but that's like some of the best I've ever had. And I appreciate getting it out of D.C. I appreciate, Chairman, you getting us out of D.C. I feel like we have to get out of that godforsaken place to be able to hear what's actually going on in our country. Last night, I flew in, and I took my daughter out to dinner. We were all talk about inflation. We went and got pizza. We split an appetizer, had 2 drinks, and 2 personal pieces. Over a $100 bill for pizza. It is ridiculous. This is what normal people are feeling every single day. And I tell you, when I ran, I've been a representative, I was a city council member, I was mayor, I now work in Congress. My job is to represent the people in my district in D.C. My job is not to represent D.C. in my district. And I think we all feel like that. So getting out here and actually hearing your stories firsthand is very, very powerful to me. And when I say hearing the truth outside of D.C., when I'm home, and I have meetings with my small businesses, when I have meetings with my teachers, when I have meetings with our parents, with just normal constituents, I'm hearing from them every day that the problems that they're running into is high, 40-year high inflation. They're dealing with problems with supply chains. They're dealing with energy costs. They're dealing with a hard time hiring people. And yet, just earlier last week, we had a president who wants to make everybody feel better. And he comes in and he tells you, oh no, we've beaten inflation. Oh no, we have no problems. Look at how great the economy is doing. Now, I don't know about you, I feel like I'm in a twilight zone when I hear that. And so my question to you all is, am I the only one? Because what I've heard from every single witness today is you are going through hardships. So out of curiosity, do you feel like what you're seeing is, one, reflective of what people across the country are seeing? And two, do you feel like the policies that are coming out of this administration are solutions to the problems that you're facing? And Mr. Flogger, I'll start with you.
Well, yes, I believe everyone across the country is dealing with these issues, and it's got to be hitting us equally hard every place. I mean, inflation's hard on every family, on everyone, and no, I don't see the answers coming from Washington right now that are going to fix those things. Quite the contrary, it looks like the direction our energy policy is going, things are going to continue to cost more. It's going to get more expensive and a lot more uncertainty there. So no, I don't see the answers coming at this time.
I appreciate you saying that. Ms. Bachman?
I agree. I don't see any hope in the next few years. My husband and I are returning back to work outside of the restaurant. I mean, we have to do, we're in struggle mode right now, just it's survival mode, shall I say, just trying to make it through all this, and we're hopeful that in the next election period that the Republicans take over again.
Mr. McDade?
Which commodity is not more expensive today than it was 2 years ago? I can't think of one. And they're all tied to the same thing, energy and energy policy. It's when one goes up, the other is going to go up, and that's all we see. To move those products there. But I see it even in my local community. I go by the local gas station. $17 an hour and a $3,000 sign-on bonus to go be a cashier at a gas station. Now, what's that do to the other local business owners when they can make much better money? Working and there's nothing wrong with being a cashier at a gas station, but you get there are technical jobs out here in my place, in your place, in all of these places, and so it's pushing everything up. At least that's our perception from down at the bottom.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to quickly ask Mr. Ward a separate question. You keep hearing all of these things coming out of the administration about all these great green new plans and how that is flushing trillions of dollars into your community. You in particular, are you seeing it? Are you seeing all these resources coming into your community?
No, we don't see any of that coming to where I'm from in southern West Virginia.
All right, thank you very much.
I want to thank the representative. The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feimster, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Smith. I want to thank you. This is an incredible honor to be now part of this committee, and I look forward to working with the committee to create solutions to all the problems and concerns that we have talked about. I come from Iowa. I'm a rural Iowa kid, born and raised in rural Iowa, and I'm no different than each one of you, right? We work hard, we care about our country, we're happy, and we just want to be successful. That's all we want. And yet, it's a real struggle right now. It's a real struggle. Our economy is in a precarious situation. Economics 101 notes that when there's too much money chasing too few goods, you're going to have inflation. And that's exactly what has happened. We put $6 trillion, or this administration put $6 trillion into the economy. We have pinch points in the supply chain, and we have this incredible inflationary issue happening amongst us. One of those inflationary issues is obviously our workforce. Our unemployment rate is 3.4%. That means there's about 5.7 million unemployed people in our country. However, there are 11 million job openings currently. That means there's 2 jobs for every 1 employed. That's in a perfect system. You could have 2 jobs. However, we know that because of skills, that doesn't work that way. 2.9 million fewer workers are now not in the workforce because of the pandemic. Before the pandemic, all right, we had 2.9 million more workers. Why did that happen? Because we had all these giveaways to keep people out of work. So my question is this, Mr. Plugger, I'll start with you. You talked about the different things that are keeping people from work. You also noted that what we need to do to train people. How do we bring people to Iowa? How do we bring people to West Virginia to want to work in our areas and our occupations?
As far as how to bring people to West Virginia is a wonderful place if you've never spent any time here. And I think the state is doing a lot of things right now that will attract more people to West Virginia. I'd like to see the native West Virginians, though. Again, I feel that there are a lot of people out there who are not working, who could be working. And the things that I see impacting that so much are the drug issues and also some of the benefit issues where we end up competing against the government. And we need to straighten it out so that people are incentivized to want to work, to want to get ahead.
Another issue that you brought up, Mr. Plogger, that you noted that home starts are slowing down, and you're right. I mean, year over year, this past, home sales are down about 20%. Home affordability has never been worse. It's worse than in the 1980s. And there's obviously two reasons for that. Obviously, the big issue is inflation. Inflation is hitting building starts. It costs 42 to 50% more to build a house today than what it did several years ago. The cost of a mortgage is double. What an incredible nexus when you have your cost of building a new house is doubled and the cost of financing it is doubled. This is catastrophic. Mr. Plogger, when you start looking at forecasting for your business, does this concern you? Is this something that, was bump in the night that you're worried about?
Yes, absolutely it does. Again, our goods that we manufacture go into hardwood products that are used generally in single-family housing and home remodeling. So they're more luxury items. So yes, absolutely, the forecast doesn't look good in terms of that and helping our business.
And this is a concern for every business. Every business in our country right now is the cost of goods, the supply chain, the workforce, and you can see what's going to happen. And we're diving ourselves into a recession when our interest rates continue to go up. The Fed just increased another 25 basis points. This is real serious issues that need to be resolved by serious people. And I just think our administration is not serious about what's happening. Obviously, they keep saying that everything is rosy, and that's wrong. So I really appreciate each one of your testimonies, and it's time for us to get to work and try to create solutions for you. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentle lady from New York, Ms. Maliotakis.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. I appreciate the chairman and the committee selecting West Virginia. I've never been to West Virginia. It's a beautiful state, and I really enjoyed hearing from all of you today. I represent New York City, Staten Island, and southern Brooklyn, and to be quite honest, the challenges you're facing are not different from what we're facing in my city, although I would say probably it's worse in New York City because of our local and state government. But we have the similar challenges when I speak to the small businesses in my community, the restaurants that are struggling after the pandemic, being slammed with food inflation and high energy costs, and of course small businesses that I represent just trying to get by. And unfortunately, I feel the policies that have come out of our government, whether local or federal, have just made it worse. They haven't helped. They've actually made it harder for you. And that is a problem. And I think that's why we're all here today, to kind of hear and quite frankly, you're validating a lot of what we've been saying. Those who are here, sadly the ones that need to hear this, aren't here today mostly. But we will continue to take this message and echo it, because the reality is you've had to adapt. You've had to make tough choices. You're dealing with higher energy costs due to bad energy policy, which we are seeking to reverse and try to restore energy independence. And like you said, we want diversification. We're for clean energy, but not to the exclusion of traditional energy sources that are affordable and reliable. And in terms of labor, they've incentivized people not to return to the workplace. We've worked to try to end that, but it's like an endless cycle, right? They keep spending money with one hand, and then they're taking it from you with the other hand, because now you're paying more in terms of inflation and whatnot. But with the spending and the debt, as my colleague mentioned, I mean, this is that endless cycle. They spend money, they create more debt, leads to inflation. Now the interest rates are increasing. Now, as a result, mortgage rates, loan rates, and that's impacting your businesses as well. So I have a very basic question. Just a basic question, because I think sometimes Washington needs to hear fundamentals here. What would happen if your business spent more than you took in? What would happen if your debt exceeded the value of the products that you produce?
Well, our business wouldn't last very long. And, you know, there's only so long that you can sustain something like that.
Same here. We'd have to close our doors immediately.
I think you see in some cases we are deficit spending on the ground just to maintain our businesses.
Be the same result, we'd have had to shut down.
I think that says it all, and that's what Washington needs to do as well. We need to adapt, we need to make those tough choices, and that's what the Republican Conference is aiming to do, to try to manage our debt, to lower our debt to GDP ratio, to be more responsible with your tax dollars, and to stop trying to fix problems by creating more problems. And so I thank you all for being here today. Obviously I would have had more questions, but all my colleagues already asked them all, so I'm pretty much at the end here. One last thing with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. The interest rates. Any of you are seeking to maybe take a loan to expand or buy a new facility, have create a new mortgage for that. Any comment you would like to make on how mortgage and interest rates are affecting you right now? And I could tell you, as somebody, I speak to home builders in my district, it's slowing down now, 35%, I think, decrease in home building. They're having difficulties now, home buyers, all that's slowing down. How's that affecting your industry, and particularly for wood products, and then anyone else would like to talk about how it's impacting their business to preventing them from expanding?
Well, it affects all industry just as far as access to capital goes. And I mentioned earlier that our business, we depend on a lot of other small businesses to operate. Logging contractors, trucking contractors, folks like that. A lot of those are folks that are just starting with one truck or two trucks and trying to get their business going. And so for them, especially, access to that capital and the cost of that capital is a huge driver in whether or not they can actually start that business or grow that business. So that will, I guess I see that as all holding back some of the business expansion.
Well, I mean, we're in the middle of an expansion right now, and the business has to grow. We're out of space, and so we'll take it on the chin. That's what we have to do. And yes, it will be much more expensive to borrow money this time around than the last time around.
I want to thank the representative. I also want to remind the folks in the audience that there are clipboards being passed around. If you want to submit any comments for the record for the committee hearing, be sure to fill that out, and we will submit that to the official proceedings. Last but certainly not least, we'd like to represent the great gentleman from the state of Ohio, Mr. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as most people in Columbus, Ohio, we can trace our roots right here to West Virginia in Mason County, West Columbia. My great-great-grandfather wasn't a coal miner, but he was a salt miner. And I actually just live about 11 blocks from where he moved many, many years ago. Mr. Chairman, we were talking, I would like to submit for the record this article showing that West Virginia coal mine employment is at its lowest level since 1890. at fewer than 12,000 coal jobs are about half the level of just a decade ago. And that's less than 10% of the all-time high. So if you don't mind, I'd like to have that submitted for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
A couple other things. I mean, I think I've been looking at all the towns on this wall, and as somebody, as Congresswoman Miller knows, I've been in most of those towns over the years. But there's real people in those towns. And a couple of things, I mean, a lot of us come here, we're from all over the country. We don't have a state senator like Randy Smith, who is a coal miner, right? Jim Justice, who's been in the energy industry. We don't have AGs like Patrick Morrissey, who's fighting federal regulations. You got Riley Moore doing a great thing on the lending side of things. But, Jim, I'm really happy that you brought us out here to West Virginia because you're hearing from real people about real things. A couple things I want to point out. If you look at coal production historically, so in 2008, America produced 1.3 billion tons of domestic coal. Now, whether that's metallurgical, whether it's steam coal, 1.3. The only numbers we have for 2021 is the latest numbers we have. We're down to 580 million tons. Think about those numbers. And so when you look at towns like Princeton, and you wonder what's happened to the economy and all the spin-off jobs, that's the other thing. Mr. Ward, you talk about the miners that you have in those, that work with you in the new mine. But for every one of those coal miners, there are 4 spin-off jobs. And if you look at some of the counties that, whether it's Mon County, Marshall County, and you look at the average income for a coal miner, it's anywhere between $75,000 to $90,000 a coal miner. Now, when you look at the average wage or the average per household income, it's $25,000. So what happens when you take those good-paying coal jobs away and the spin-off jobs away? It really affects the economy, and it definitely affects the economy of West Virginia and all coal-producing states. But it's not just coal. It's also natural gas. And I think if we're looking at what we've seen, as my colleague across the aisle there said, what percentage actually comes from West Virginia in terms of power production for coal, it's 88%. And the other part, of course, is natural gas. And as she was saying, you know, natural gas gets diverted, obviously. We need to have an energy policy that's based on sound, reliable science, not political science, one that understands baseload energy, one that understands that there are only 2 sources of energy that you can actually store on site, nukes and coal. It's 2 baseloads. Now, in this rush that we have done as a country to green energy, which is fine, I'm all of the above. I think we should have that. But when you look at all the products that go into a lot of these renewables, they all come from China, which, by the way, doesn't have the same mining regulations that we have in this country, doesn't have the same environmental, cautions that we have in this country. So, Mr. Ward, I probably went on a rant because it's something I truly believe in, but could you just tell, I think, this committee, from Consol's perspective, which is a very highly respected company based out of Pittsburgh, can you just kind of give what you guys do for the local community and the amount of people that you're now employing that are relatively close by here?
Yeah, we started hiring back in June. We took a look around and tried to get the very local that we could. We started, of course, there's several jobs that I have. The electricians, they're very trade. I can't hire out of that trade, but we opened up people that hadn't even been in the coal industry before and give them a job. This is their first stab that we took. My general manager, he insists that we get local stuff as close as we can. We could do the bigger stores, the bigger supply chains, but we get stuff needed locally. We have several vehicles, fleet vehicles.
It's safe to say you're definitely benefiting the local economy.
Yes, we are putting back what we can.
Thank you. Mr. Real quick, Wes, who actually is the owner of Meadowbrook Farms Barbecue in the back, I spoke with him just recently. He actually used to work at the Mount Storm Power Plant, which is serviced by the Matiki coal mine. But he and I were talking, I'm a big fan of ribs, but he told me, and I'm sure this goes to the heart of the cost of products, but just a year ago, barbecue ribs were double the price than what they were just 1 year before. Now, they're still up 40%, so just thought I'd throw that out there, and Wes was just telling me about the economics of barbecuing. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for inviting us down. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Representative. I want to thank each and every one of the witnesses for being here today. You took time out of your busy schedule, away from your family, away from your employees, to share ideas that we need to hear as members of Congress. I want to thank Allegheny Wood Products once again for allowing us to be here in our very first hearing of the House Ways and Means Committee of this Congress. And I also want to thank every member that took the time to be here. I want to thank you, Acting Member Byer, for making the point to be here. I'm extremely proud of you all for listening. This is how we can move America forward, by listening to real Americans and delivering on those issues. So thank you. Please be advised that members have 2 weeks to submit written questions to be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be made part of the former hearing record. With that, the committee stands adjourned.